Check 1 2, mic check. Mic check, mic check. Check 1 2, mic check. Good morning. Check 1 2, mic check. Bye-bye, baby. Let's buy.
Stocks, a buy side of 5 million.
Good morning out there. How are you all doing? Coming into the open right now. We got a few things to talk about. I have to make a phone call this morning for an hour or so. I got a business call I got to take. But we got to do a quick chat here about Vixperation. Vixperation, NVDA, ER, and geopolitical risks in the next couple days here. So I keep going back and looking at prior years where Vixperation takes place prior or before OPEX and then after OPEX. And then, of course, we've got NVDA earnings today, right? So and then we've got geopolitical risk. The geopolitical risk, we've got some U.S. rockets right now are still have some requirements that they be used in only specific situations in Russia. The rules, as are known publicly at least right now, are for those to only be used for direct support bases in Russia. So if you got like North Korean soldiers or something parked at the border that are staging, those troops could be theoretically attacked with U.S. Missiles at this point. Now, England and France do not have restrictions right now. I guess they were given free fire rules as of, I believe, yesterday. And some of those missiles were reportedly launched this morning into Russia. I didn't hear any reports as to where they landed or where they were headed. The last thing was that, at least on Reddit, on their world news thread, and on Twitter, there are some reports that are being floated. I'm assuming this is coming from Telegram, but there was a news service that is claiming that Russia may attempt to launch a prototype intercontinental ballistic missile into Ukraine, though it would not be loaded with a nuclear weapon, probably some kind of conventional warhead or even just nothing, to demonstrate that that they're willing to use nuclear weapons. There was a moment in October of 2022 where the Prime Minister of England, I forget her name at the moment, but she wrote a memoir that was recently released where the U.S. gave credible evidence that Putin was going to launch and detonate a nuclear airburst above the Baltic Sea. And famously, President Biden pulled a press conference in October and gave the famous NOPE speech, or No, Don't Do It speech, if you remember that. He came out one night and he said to Russia, don't do it, because they had credible information that Russia was willing to detonate an airburst. So not quite taking anyone out, but at the same time demonstrating, you can see that shit in the sky, right? And there's possibility that could be on the table right now again. Once again, you would be able to see it in the sky if they detonate it in the right altitude. Hopefully it wouldn't create EMP, but maybe still be seen from space or the upper atmosphere. Although you can oftentimes create major EMP by doing that. So just be aware of it. We talked about this yesterday in a private stream, and it's Vixperation today. So if you start to get these reports, it could be a bumpy ride throughout the day, tomorrow, and even Friday. So let's quickly talk about the market today. We know we've got NVDA earnings. We've been planning this out for 2 weeks, right? We're planning on last week being a down week, trying to catch the low of the week for a trade into earnings today, possibly Thursday and Friday, and then selling off Thanksgiving week, coming back on December 2nd or so for the volume to come in for the month of December, getting long once again. If you're a seller too, you're getting close, right? If you're coming on that sell side, you should be looking for that opportunity now that we're in Vixperation the next couple days. So we're going to take a quick look here. I did post market. There's two things. First, I posted a market brief this morning that said, let the market open up, basically, and it gave a dotted line heading to the downside and a solid upside line. So we're going to take a quick look at that right now, okay? Do not be opening new positions right now, I warn you. So we're going to take a quick look here. And this is that dotted line from the brief that I posted for you this morning. This doesn't mean we have to go the entire way down to 586, but it is probable. And with the geopolitical risks out there, just bumpy ride is more the expectations, and it being Vixperation as well. So but what I would say is look for places to buy a dip here today if you wanted to open a new position. I haven't closed any of my call spreads. I haven't closed anything. So even if we get this doom and gloom, I would just say to you, expect a bumpy ride. Now, there's some other things we got to talk about here. Some important things I think we discussed yesterday, which we've been discussing for the past couple of weeks, but more importantly, even if we get this upside move here into the close for NVDA options ER or tomorrow or Friday, it's going to be very important here to sorry, this stuff does not match up when I change time frames. It's going to be very important coming into, see if we can just go to a 30, let me go to a bigger screen here. I think we already know this. We talked about this yesterday. We've talked about it the past couple of weeks, but let's see if we can do it like this here. So as of right now, the market is turning down for the moment. So the expectation is we're going to go up, right? We're going to go up here. take out that ER, but the market is turning down. If you know what that is, like Elliott wave kind of stuff, right? Turning down. Provosky talked about it earlier this week in a corrective fashion, right? Oh, God, I wrote that terrible. Missed an N and everything. But the idea would be that you'd have one. We talk about this in briefs, right? Like one down move, either a steep retracement or a flat retracement, one or the other, right? Then you get one more leg down. Then you get a steep or a flat, and then we come back up. Make sense? Right? We talk about 5 waves and how this happens in corrective movements. So saying that, the thesis here would be if you're looking for that, like you got like today, tomorrow, Friday to get up there, but then heading into the first week here, if price cannot hold, let's say we go back up here, right? We cannot hold if we don't successfully backtest to start getting new highs or ride the daily trigger or anything like that. If we begin to continue to correct to the downside, we want to be looking for that, that 564 still to the downside into the first week of December or something like that. So just note that we're near close to the end of the bull trade, right? And you're going to get one more trade here for December, and then you get one more trade for January. So it's kind of important to be watching this action in here. Like today, tomorrow, Friday, watch this action and see. Be paying very close attention to this action here, and then do we hold the hourly? It's not at this moment, but do we hold the hourly trigger and continue higher? Do we hold the daily trigger, continue higher for a flat corrective move into the beginning of the month? Or does that correction or that pullback turn into a correction to 564? And we're not there yet, but I just want to make sure that you're understanding that. And I also want you to make sure that you understand that today's Vixperation, and we have, the Vixperation reset or not reset, right? Where we start to actually spike. And we also have NVDA earnings that could rip some literal faces off if it wanted to, right? We could go full vertical later today into the closing bell and then fade Thursday, Friday. So just be aware of all these different things. I do have this. I am looking to buy a dip this morning if possible. If we can trade down here and touch right around there and get right down there, trade like 586.73. We're almost there right now in the opening bell. Let's take a look at the 4-hour really quickly here. Yeah, that's right. I think we're in the right place. I think we're basically in the right place here. I think I got this right. So we'll keep an eye on this downside move right here. And we're still blooding right now, so we're actually following path almost exactly right now. And I'll turn on the pivots for you as well to get a more exact zone. This is the pivot point right here. And S1 slightly lower. It's slightly lower. I'll put this make this just a little bit smaller just in case. Just in case we drop down there to slap S1. They like to do it, right? Slam down into here, right? Slam down in here, and then bamo. Then you're back up there. I wonder if like Chase is here going, that's the top again, bros. I'm telling you, it's the triple top. It's the quadruple top. I'm like, okay, all right, it's the quadruple top. Oh my God, we made another high. So there you go, right there, right somewhere in there. Be looking in this zone right in here to grab that, grab a nice long for NVIDIA ER day. What's going on, everybody? How y'all doing? I've been crazy busy. Also, I put in the brief last night. I posted for you guys most of the Goldman Sachs 2025 expectations. I got some like a European expectations, emerging market expectations. I'll get those to you on the website at some point today if I can get to it. I'm like really falling behind. What else? You want to read through those things. They kind of match what we're doing or what our expectations are for next year. We'll go over them on the show one of these days. If we got a slow day this week or next week, we'll review them all on the show. It's basically in line with what we're thinking for next year. They skirt around some issues in their brief, and also it's GS. They always commit. Well, it's two things. Like they always come in under expectations. And when we're in bear markets, they tend to overshoot slightly with their expectation, or we don't get to where they expect us to go. And one other note on this too is I haven't seen too many years where, unless we're already in a bear market, they will miss. GS plays it very safe in their expectations. I find them to be very benign every year. Though, if I can get my hands on JPMs this year, 2 years ago I got JPMs in October of 22. I got my hands on JPM's 2023 expectations, and they were fucking money, like pure gold. So you made a lot of. I posted those, as a matter of fact, in December, I think, on December of 2022 on Ad Captain's Alpha, with a write up on it, and it was the only year expectations you should have read on the internet. Basically, it was like by this, and this, and they outperformed the entire fucking market. So we'll go over the GS 2025 expectations. I'll also get Larry Williams' outlook, and I'm going to try to get my hands on JPM. Now, those three baskets, I put a request in to a buddy with a Bloomberg terminal. I'm trying to get exactly what the stocks and M&A's baskets are for GS. And I will either post those. I think I'll just put them in a brief and just list them off for you. I was reading through the GS 2025 outlook. It's like 200 pages, and the whole outlook is like 200 pages. So I'm still not even through it all. I think I'm through a third of it, maybe almost half, maybe. And it takes me time to read through that stuff and then compare it and then figure out what they're trying to say sometimes. And you're just like, what exactly are they saying? They like to talk out of both sides of their mouths. So we'll go into that more as the end of the year comes more into focus. Right now, I think for like the medium-term outlook, it's just like we've been talking about. Get your nice 3 easy trades in. VolWiz made a good comment, which I don't disagree with. Instead of just like the FOMO chasing, his point was you can make great money on these sell-offs into if you get the 3 buy opportunities and you want to be a seller, if you like volatility, if you like selling, like the sell side, there's alongside those 3 buy trades, there are 3 great sell trades too, with some major downside action, especially on single ticker issues, maybe not even the indexes. If you're one of those people like myself or David that's like, we might not ever get another bottom. We would just keep going up and up and up. VolWiz pointed out specifically that, the indexes might hold up. They might hold like the daily trigger or the hourly trigger, but single tickers can get annihilated as we head into the end of the year. I think in particular, he brought up NVDA. It like outperformed to the downside after their earnings into that first. As a matter of fact, I think they outperformed to the downside last year, like right into the end of the year. But then, of course, I think like January 8th, though, they went straight vertical. like literally fucking vertical for a month into February or something like that. So does it still move to the upside? Yes. But there are probably single ticker issues. Anything that's like super outperformed this year to get into it. And there's some stuff in that GS brief. If you noticed, utilities are being sold. A lot of commodities are being sold down or have been being sold down, likely in anticipation of going long those things or rotating into those things into the new year. So we got a lot to go over here. I think we're okay now into like January, February, and then like you regroup after the seasonal pullback. But we definitely want to like start the new conversation for 2025 now. So we talk about it, 1, 2, 3 months in advance, and we look for signposts along the way for those things to either develop or not develop, right? Into next year. So, yeah, we're going to transition into that conversation. Probably starting right about now, coming into Thanksgiving, next month and a half. We're going to start looking at 2025. And we're going to start like a new narrative. Every year I come in and I write a story for you guys. Like Landscaper Mary and Bob in the basement. And I don't know, this guy does that. And we did eggs. Remember, like way back when inflation, and we talked eggs, right? We talked fucking eggs over and over and over again. So we're going to probably bring up new conversations with Trump in office, of course, and have a whole new narrative for 2025. I don't know what that story is going to be just yet, but I'm sure we'll develop it. What did I call the fucking the eat the rich yesterday? I called it chewing on debutante's legs. Maybe instead we'll have Mary, we'll have debutante. I know Bork's like, you're pronouncing it wrong. I know. So like debutante or something like that. And we'll have like Richie Rich will be Eat the Rich or something like that for 2025.
Time we expect comments from Fed Spa, who testified.
Sorry, that's so loud
US
right now.
Financial Services Committee regarding oversight of
Turn this
prudential
down
regulators. Text and Q&A.
Jesus Christ, that's loud. What else do we have on board for this morning? It's Vixperation Day. At 10:30, we get some crude oil, gasoline stock stuff. We got we have some mortgage rate stuff at 7 that already took place. At 10:30, we got a bunch of gas crap. 11:30, we got a 17-week bill auction. 1 p.m., we get a 20-year bond auction, baby. So maybe we'll take a peek at TLT. What else? Tomorrow, we get some volatility, too. We get claims. At 8:30, finally get some volatility on the boards. 8:30, we also get the Philly Fed Manufacturing Index. And what else do we have tomorrow? Existing home sales. Now, I want you to be watching home sales very closely. 2-3 months ago, we started following Wolf Richter on home sales. And he's got the new scoop, right, on whatever charts, Y charts. He's pulling data that's 3 months ahead of Case Shiller. Where like a lot of these reports lag. Existing home sales, new home sales, Case Shiller price index, all these things lag by like 3 months. And he's got like 3 months in advance data that he's putting on charts right now. I don't know if it's this month, but we're gonna get it. We're gonna find out. And I know when we find out, people are gonna freak the fuck out. The market's gonna knee jerk it, like it or not, because the market is rolling over. Generally speaking, around the United States, it's rolling over, and some of the larger markets are peaking or were peaking last month. Like New York is starting to peak. So I don't think that necessarily means anything bad for you or I out there. I think we've gone over that. But the consumer is more resilient than they've ever been. They're making great money. It's the eye of the needle thing, right? Wages have caught up to inflation. Hold on a second. I gotta sneeze. Hold on a second. We've kept up with this stuff. And the consumer is surprisingly resilient. 40% of homeowners do not have a mortgage. Do not. Bankruptcy is down across the board. There's new consumer debt, but they're paying it. They have the ability to pay it. A lot of people out there are very well off. You would, even if you had the unemployment rate spike, like the damage to a consumer, I find it hard to believe that they would be in like the same condition they were in like 2008. People have savings, like the majority of people have savings 3-4 months out in advance. People are way wealthier than they've ever been. We went over that one article last week where he talks about like the good old days. Because you got these people wanting to go back to like 2016, 2017. And he just point blank shows the data saying you would never fucking want to be back there. You're better off than you were back in 2016, 17. You were better off today than you were in 2019. And that was part of our narrative, right? Mary the landscaper did not buy a Bentley and go to Las Vegas. She fucking bought a bunch of shit for a new company, or she paid off her student loans, or she went to college. That was because you get the narrative and then you get the reality. And the narrative is fucking never right. It's kind of like saying Jim Cramer is always wrong. That's not true. If you look at the data, that guy's right like 70% of the fucking time. The guy's right a lot. So, anyways, always be careful of that shit, like memes, like narrative, zeitgeist, all that shit is typically just for shits and giggles. And so, at any rate, be careful of these. Like whenever you get these home set, like this month, next month, into December, January, you start seeing some of that negative data come out, and that can panic real estate markets. They either go poof or they go pop, right? Real estate markets. But the one thing about those markets are, if the fucking real estate agents and people, if it's on CNN, it can be rapid decreases in home prices. It's a really real estate market's a really finicky thing. Like it can be a really finicky thing. So, and that doesn't make a housing crisis either. Even when the housing market is finicky like that, it takes years, literal years, for that to unfold. So don't be like top of the market crash, housing market rolled over. We just don't know it yet. And that's not how the world works. That shit takes time. So. Well, look, we got to look at some GDP stuff too. There's a couple little you can kind of see in the GS GDP expectations. If you guys read those white papers, like even like the GDP expectations from GS kind of show like, yeah, spring should be kind of ugly, summer should be really ugly, and then 2026, 7. We get like a reprieve, and then we go right back down even lower. So that would like kind of line up with like tail end of a bull market, 2025, 26, 27 gets kind of nasty. One good year in there, like a 3-year process. That sounds about right. I just hope it's not a lost fucking decade. Like the last decade would suck. And that also puts us into the tail end of Trump's presidency. You got to remember, like, Trump is, I want to say, if you're a MAGA, put your earmuffs on right now. For the rest of you out there, Republicans, Democrats, and whoever else you are, anarchists, you got to remember, Trump is lame duck right away. He's got a very small window probably to get shit done. He's gonna get like 2 years, and along the way, he's gonna try to ram in what he can. Opposition member, and then his own party's gonna want to be negotiating. Did you guys see that yesterday? Marjorie Green Taylor is admitting that the Republican Party are a bunch of fucking sexual deviants. And she's going to throw them all under a bus if she doesn't get a fucking deal for Gats. That'll happen. It's like speeding this stuff up. in the House of Reps, the Senate. Everybody wants a piece. And GS talks about this to some extent. It's veiled, but they talk about it. Trump is about money and business deals and creating dynasties, that kind of stuff for his kids and his family and his friends. So everyone wants a fucking deal, right? And if they don't get a deal, they're not going to say yes to it. He's got a very short window. The reason I say that is because you're going to see opposition candidates too try to gridlock the House and Senate by his second year. That's what they're going to try to do. And they're going to give him a lot of rope, too, so that he can institute some of these programs so they can run against him on some of these programs. If you're a Democrat, you want to see people get hurt. I'm sorry. That's what you want to do. You want to see, people get deported. Sorry to say that. You want to see, programs get cut for veterans. You want to see programs get cut for the bureaucracy. You want to see all this shit happen in real pain. You're never going to get someone to vote for you if you don't give them pain. So that's kind of their job, right? So they're going to run some candidates to try to gridlock it by year 2. Right out the gate, you're going to see those campaigns start, and they're going to say, look what he's doing to you, look what he's proposing or whatever. So Trump probably had, Obama had the same thing happen. He had a mandate. Year 2, it was over. And then he got fucked up in the House of Reps. Having to make deals for people to get the American or the Obamacare Act or Obamacare Health Care Act to go through, and that same shit can happen in our country. Our country is very slow intentionally, so there's going to be a fight, one way or another. So GS kind of alludes to this in their expectations that you should see first 2 years really rough shit, right? Then by year 3 and 4. We're kind of like a phoenix rising out from it, from his policies, immigration, tariffs, all the lower fucking taxes, whatever. So not that there isn't a light at the end of the tunnel, but even the banks and the people on Wall Street are like, yeah, give him a lot of rope, let him do what the fuck he wants. We'll suffer for 2.5 years. Meanwhile, let's make a bunch of money off this. Let's do the trade, make a bunch of money, and, all the crying, whining, it's likely over in 2 years. Shit you not. And he becomes a lame duck at that point. He's out, whether Vance runs or someone else runs or someone repackages it nicely or whatever, doesn't really fucking matter. Get it? And Obama stayed, or even when they kept Obama in office for the second term, they still hogtied his ass the second term. So even if Vance won, it's not that hard. It's not that hard. This country loves gridlock. They fucking love it. They give you just enough rope so that you can tie yourself up. At any rate, we'll go over this more in depth down the road as the year comes to an end. But start to think about that stuff. Try to read up on that stuff if you can. You remember, right? Thanksgiving week or something, crack the books and read this stuff so that you're I'm on board. I know what he's talking about. We'll look at JPM stuff. We'll look at those baskets. We'll look at Larry Williams as the year comes to an end. And we'll start to write a story for next year and see if the price action in the market fits it. If it doesn't fit it, maybe we do go up to 7,000 next year and not 650. I think, I think Oppenheimer called. No, who called for Costin? Called for 6,500 next year, and they're usually on the low end. So at any rate, good morning. How are y'all doing out there? I'm right on this. I got the data. I'll show it to you. I'll show you the fucking data. You guys are all wrong on that shit. I got it straight from the fucking Fed, man. I'm sorry. I got the data right in front of me. All that shit they're feeding you is horseshit. It's utter fucking horseshit. I've posted the links to it inside of this chat already in the past. I've posted it in the Discord. At this point, you just need to go to his website and read it all about it all for yourself. The consumer is in outstanding shape. And as a matter of fact, The distinct difference is that people with money just don't like spending more money out there. That makes any sense to you out there. So people are complaining, but they're complaining because they have to pay more. Does that make sense? It's like the idea of paying more, though they have more money to pay more. Does that make any sense? So if something costs $250, you probably only had, let's say, $5 to pay for it. They'll say it costs $5, but you have $10 to pay for it, or $12.50 to pay for it. You just don't like the idea of paying $5 for it, but you're not mentioning that you now make $12.50 or something like that. I don't know if I'm saying that right now, but that is the facts. You know, you don't like hearing that, but that is the truth. And the data supports it 1,000%. So, if you disagree with me, head on over to Wolf Richter's site. Go on in there and just type in, "You're wrong." I want to hear his response. What else? What else? No, I don't think it matters. I think the only thing that matters is you piss people off. You got to remember this shit like always swings left and right. It's like swings left and right, swings left and right. You just piss people off enough on either side, and people are like they're like chicken. I don't know if it's chickens, but they run over here, they run over there, they run over here, they run over there. They've been doing it since dawn of time, like literally dawn of fucking time. Actually, you know what I thought was kind of funny? I didn't like that Napoleon movie. But what I did like about the Napoleon movie was how they were like murdering everybody. And then they're like, "Oh shit, we get the wrong people. Let's go over there and murder those fucking people over there. No, let's go over there and murder those people over there." It was a really good, the most recent Napoleon movie. It was a really good like inside joke on the plebs like you and I and how we act. So what are we looking at here? A little bit of doom here, huh? Off the opening bell. Coming on down now to trade 586.73. We got that downside move pretty right. I think, did I tell you guys in the Discord this morning not to buy the open? Did I say that this morning? Did I say that this morning? Did I say let the market open up and don't buy the dip? I think, yeah, I said that. Make sure I said that in the Discord this morning. Did I say that this morning? There you go. There you go. I got an answer. Right on, right on, right on. No one wanted to answer that, huh? Just ghost town in there now. A little old ghost town. Ghost town. Woo! Target hit. I want to catch a dip in here. You guys want to buy a dip? I want to buy a fucking dip. Vixperation, baby. I'm reading the Discord chat right now. Oh, Lord, give me the strength to buy the dip. All right, here we go. Let's take a peek over here. Let's see what we got going on here. Where are we at here? I Let me reset my thing here. Oh boy, Wall Street's coming out right now, and they're like, "Don't do this. We're all long here." Holy shit, dude! Their options are still super expensive. What are they doing?
US stocks extend for Nasdaq down 1%.
0-8 options are still stupid expensive. Just don't want to give them up, huh? Fucking, I ain't selling. I guess we got to go down a little bit deeper. We got to burn these. We got to put the max pain on these fucking bulls so they sell their fucking 0 dates, so we can take them from them. You guys are going short right now. Holy shit! I'm trying to get long right here. You got to give up the avocado toast. I was trying to write a not avocado toast, but something for like the Great Depression. Like, what would you say? Like, pull your bootstraps up and instead of eat your avocado toast, what? Like, eat your coal toast. Well, there was some like food from the what's some food from the Great Depression? That's how we got meatloaf. Did you guys know that? Meatloaf came from the Great Depression, I think. It was made into like a steak. When they first made meatloafs, they made them into like New York strips. That's true. I think it was like, I think World War II, maybe. No, it could have been World War II. It was either World War II or the Great Depression. Maybe it was World War II during rationing that they created the meatloaf steak. I might have that wrong. I may be mixing up my history here, but stone soup. Stone soup. Oh, yeah. Burn these fucking calls. What is this? 589s, dude, costs 97 cents. Get the fuck out of here. Jesus Christ. Do I have this right? Yo, suck on this onion and then give it to your brother to suck on 2025. Yeah, we got to go a little bit deeper here. We got to go deeper. There ain't no goddamn way we're not going deeper here. This is pure insanity. Oh my God, look at that. Woof.
So the US vetoes the UN Security Council.
We got to go a little. We can't have calls worth this much money. On Vixperation Day. Oh, this looks so juicy, doesn't it? Let's go on the bottom right-hand screen here. Oh, wait a minute. Let me just check something really quick here. Hold on, everybody. Okay, all right. All right, so just take a peek right here. I'm going to post this for you in the Discord. You all alive out there? I saw some people trying to buy a dip this morning. I figured that I would come in and tell you not to. Save you the pain. It's the Catalina fucking mixer, isn't it? This is S1 right here. Right where we are is S1. I wonder if that's bottom right here. I want to buy that so fucking bad, but it might be a little bit too early. I really, really want to buy that. It's so fucking expensive, man. It's stupid expensive. It's so close, though, isn't it? It's so close. Right there. There's a little bit more down there. See all that down there? Whoops. See that right there? Very careful here. A little bit more right here and a whole bunch more. Put that on the 1 minute for us. Just take a peek. Probably one more leg down. I'm going to draw this out for you. You guys see that down there? I think you get below it right here. There's more room down here to run, right down here. Just give a quick flush. Yeah, they're going to flush the fuck out of this. Probing the downside right now. Target 58.50 on SPX. And on SPY, it's much lower. It's like 58.150. Way, way down here. Way, way down here. SPX still probing the downside, trading 58.6280, looking for 58.50. So way much farther down on SPOOs. Down where my fingers are right here. Yeah, like, so there's some other stuff coming out this morning. I'm going to read some stuff to you right now, seeing as we made our down move already. Russia has several Tu-95M bombers airborne, which fired supersonic missiles at Ukraine. Goldman's Pravorsky saying, think reacting to geopolitical escalation to Russia-Ukraine conflict that has been simmering for some time seems ill-advised. All of this recent escalation is likely a prelude to a potential de-escalation. Saber rattling on nuclear doctrines in that category. Headlines this morning, Putin opened to talks on Ukraine ceasefire deal with Trump, per Reuters. GS, hedge funds shifted incrementally to cyclical industries from defensives during third quarter, positioning funds well for the rotation that took place following Election Day. Funds trimmed their tilts in healthcare, consumer staples, and real estate while lifting their position in financials to the largest overweight in the last 15 years. You'll note as well in the GS outlook for next year, there's a bunch of expectation that banks will do very well, and that's a combination of different things. Rate cuts, of course, allows credit to be freed up if that happens, which I don't think it's gonna. But there's like some regulatory reform going on with credit cards, and then M&As are the big one. Mergers and acquisitions should actually be the one that does very well for banks out there. As a matter of fact, on banks, I watched an episode of a series on Wyatt Earp on Netflix. Wyatt Earp and the Cowboy Wars, and it had Wells Fargo boys and J.P. Morgan was shown in that documentary. It was kind of cool. It was kind of simple, but it was cool to watch. So if you're interested in like the early history of Rothschild and J.P. Morgan and Wells and Fargo, it's kind of an easy, digestible historical thing on banking in America, how America was financed, the Revolution and Civil War, how we paid for it with silver in Arizona and stuff like that. What else we got here?
Protect your trades from macro headline risk with Financial Juice Pro.
Ukraine fires UK made Storm Shadow missiles into Russia. We already know that. Trading the daily trigger right now on SPX and SPY. Local support at 54.50, lower than this daily trigger here. Today is Vixperation, so it's a nice little tie-in, right? You got Vixperation, you got doom and gloom out there. This is not abnormal for Vixperation. This kind of price action. I wouldn't be shocked to see us trading mooning today at the end of the day. Vixperation. I think we've talked about this, I don't know, 100 times. Resetting the VIX. Resetting volatility. I think I even simplified it for you guys, right? Like, I think earlier this week I went over, like, resetting vol and unrealized vol, realized vol, and every month they do that. Did you guys notice how they I noticed yesterday morning, I watched the VIX yesterday morning, and I was like, oh, they don't want to reset it today? Like they don't want to squeeze vol today to the moon. Kind of shows you that VIX is kind of bullshit and broken. VIX should have moonlit yesterday. Yesterday morning, VIX should have went to the fucking moon, and it didn't because nobody was positioned for it to. So I'm like, even you can just look at VIX and know it's bullshit. I'm like that day trader guy that's like, it's all scam. Whole market's a fucking scam. Look at the VIX. You could have looked at it yesterday. Like the VIX should have fucking, and it didn't. What do you guys think about Russia, Ukraine? You think Pravorsky's right? Lots of saber rattling before a deal, or do you think it's on right now? You guys think it could get spicier? I'm interested. I would love to fuck around and find out. I'll be honest. I am not a fan of Russia. I'm sorry. I'm not a fan of like Russia, China. And I don't want it to grow larger either. I don't want to see like. I always think about like World War II, World War I, and the longer that you wait, it usually does not bode well. We have that isolationist tendency in this country right now. It reminds me, when I was young, I was isolationist. When I was a young kid, I was idealistic. I was isolationist, and it's not the right way to be. You can't be like that. People will push and push and push and push and push and push until you fucking punch them in the face, basically. So I realize that's a lot of what democracy is, but and being the good guy, but I don't like when things get that far. I think you stomp them the fuck out as quickly as fast as possible, or as quickly and as fast as possible.
3 million gasoline inventories forecast.
It's weird too because I'm a Democrat. I have really weird like Democrat tendencies.
Distiller inventories forecast to build a 0 spot.
I'm not a socialist Democrat like Nazis, but I'm like very nationalistic.
Inventories. Spot 6-8.
I like bringing a little bit of fucking freedom to some corners of the world. Because I've been in those shitholes and I know how those people are treated. And it shouldn't be like that, but I am. I'm honest about it. What else? Like I was even looking at I guess the U.S. allowed Ukraine, or is allowing Ukraine to use landmines now, and landmines, U.S. landmines have expiry on them. They explode, they self-explode, or they become inert, I think. I don't think they explode. I think they just become inert after a certain amount of time, but not Russian pedal mines and shit. They just stay active forever. And they fucking drop pedal mines all over Ukraine. I'm like, God damn it, we fucking still tie our hands behind our backs. Even our weaponry is very exacting relative to some of the weapons of mass destruction that are out there. We totally hinder ourselves. We totally like hold our arms behind our back. Oh yeah, they're gonna try to bring up the volatility as an asset class bullshit again. You're gonna see people peddling that shit. People are gonna be peddling like volatility as an asset class. If you were gonna hook up with somebody, I would try to hook up with VolWiz. What I like about Volatility Wiz is regardless of bull or bear markets, he cuts through all the bullshit of like, there's so many like volatility, like I don't know, like volatility as an asset class sellers out there. And he was like, "That's all stupid." And I'm like, "I know." And then it just like fades away. And it comes back into fashion again. Then it fades away. Trying to see if we can get Volwiz as a mentor. Start talking to him about it. One-on-ones kind of stuff. Or group kind of stuff. It's Vixperation Day. Vixperation Day. This is It's like you say it like 80 times. And then you people are like, "Is it because of this? Because of that?" Like, it's Vixperation Day. It's Vixperation Day. Gonna keep saying it.
1 minute remaining. I'll lead with EIA crude oil inventories.
Vixperation Day. Baby, come back. It's Vixperation Day. I know. Let me say it again. Market's crashing because of World War III. I'm like, no, dude, it's Vixperation Day. It's fucking Vixperation Day. We're saying it like for weeks now. We write about it every night.
That's higher than the expected draw of 0.085.
Expect volatility. Do you see the vol curve? Expect volatility. Nope, didn't see it. I showed it to you 3 times yesterday.
Expected build of 0.75 million.
Expect volatility. It's Vixperation Day.
Oil. Distillate inventories. Draw 0.114 million. Draw 0.114 million. Lower than the expected build of 0.4 million. And crude Cushing inventories. Draw 0.14 million. Draw 0.14 million. And we have posted the US EIA weekly petroleum status report on the feed for all those interested.
Blood. Baby, come back. I've only got eyes for you. Let's see if we can turn this bus around. Ukraine fires British Storm Shadow missiles. A Western official briefed in the strike said that multiple missiles have been fired at least one military target. A Russian pro-war military blog and Telegram posted photos and windows on Wednesday of what it said were fragments from a Storm Shadow missile, including engravings indicating as such. I'm assuming the engravings said "suck my balls." The blog said the fragments had landed near the village of Marino, a village in the Kursk region. Alexei Smirnov, the local governor, said that Russian air defenses had shot down 2 Ukrainian missiles. That's horseshit. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Give me that little squeeze up there. I want you to realize out there right now that if you are consuming Telegram news and you hear every single missile that is ever sent into Russia, that they respond the same way. We shot them all down, and fragments from the missile caused some damage. There's nothing to see here. They haven't destroyed anything. That's all horseshit. I don't know if you know that, but that's all horseshit. They didn't shoot down any of those fucking missiles. They all made it through, and they all hit their targets. I don't know if you know that or not, but I'm letting you know that. Pull your pants up, bulls. Change your diapers. Oh, God. If you'd like, you can just search my name this morning on the Discord. Post before the opening bell. If the war's really going to pop, it would be dead. I don't know. I mean, I think like Russia can, like that whole thing, that report from October of 2022. I believe that shit is true. Like I believe that they would have fucking set off a nuke in the sky over the Baltic Sea. That sounds like some fucking Russian stupid shit they would do. I mean, seriously, it's like just enough, but not quite enough. Because we've tested in the upper atmosphere more than once. We've tested in space. So it would be plausible that they're not breaking anything new that hasn't already been done. There's something else there, too, which is like that nuclear reactor stuff. I believe all that. Like sabotaging a nuclear reactor for a meltdown. I believe that shit. There are things that the Russians do to try to get away with stuff. Their psyops in the U.S. are unmatched. They do that because it's the only thing they can get away with. They can't do anything on like above board. Or you know what happens, right? They get the fucking fist to the face. They have like the GDP of Florida. Like I think it's the GDP of Florida. Like that's how fucking rinky-dink they are. They're like a fucking what you think North Korea is what Russia is. North Korea is more like, I don't know, Rhode Island or something, maybe even smaller. Small city. North Korea is like what? I don't know. I don't want to shit on any place in America. I'm not trying to. But nowhere near. I know. I don't want to mess with that Rhode Island either. I like Rhode Island. I used to spend. When I was in college. One of my roommates lived in Rhode Island. I would go spend my breaks with him, and his dad owned like a construction company. He was a mafia. He was a mafia man, real true mafioso, and I would spend breaks working for his dad in a construction company that he owned. It was a fucking blast. I loved Providence. I had a good time in Providence. These are rabbit holes. These are things with facts from the government. All this stuff's government, like from the Fed and shit. I guess if you think the Fed's all lying to you, Fed's lying to you. But I guess you could be on the side of the Fed's lying to you, or the data's all lies. But that's what the country runs on, right? The data. It just gets regurgitated into just garbage. Yeah, I know. He was mafia. Yeah, he was mafioso. Good guy though. His son was awesome. One of my best college friends.
So Trump says Whitaker will.
Government's the greatest bull. That I do agree. They are the greatest bullshitter of all time. I agree with that. I don't disagree with that. Oh, what's baby? Come back. Pay me even more money. Now, do we make the next leg lower or not? That's what we need to find out. Is can we get above this?
With the latest and be on the bleeding edge of news for
that dude yesterday's dip by, woo, like 34 cents to like $1.72.
For the price of
$1.70 fucking 400%. My fucking calls are cranking right now, boys. Fucking cranking, boys. I gotta sell this shit. I gotta sell this shit. Target 588.38 if we can get there. Right up there. Baby, come back. I've only got eyes for you. Fucking money being made. Fucking yesterday, so I didn't get to buy him yesterday. I was so angry. It's like, because I was like dealing with a bunch of shit with the stream, and I'm like, I want to buy these like 34-cent calls, and a whole bunch of you guys are buying them in the Discord, and I fucking didn't get to buy them. Fucking A. See if we can get back to regular scheduled programming here in the market. Hopefully we don't get the next leg to the downside here. Yeehaw, motherfuckers. Back to the Gamma Flip on SPX. Past 2 days have been fucking awesome. Baby, come back. I've only got eyes for you. Oh, yeah. So I'm talking about staircasing that shit up. Staircase. I'm just like staircasing profit all week long. Like step, boom, step, boom, step, boom, step, boom. Those goddamn leprechauns as well. I fucking love our chat. Our chat is awesome. All right, can we get back up? Can we get back to the fucking story again? Can we get back to fucking trading 596, please, now? 598. Anybody have 598 in their bingo card for next place? Yeah, price action's been fucking phenomenal. It's been out. I got like spreads on, and then I like buy calls and sell them and buy calls. Every fucking pack of zero dates I've bought have been like rippers. I think that's what Vol Wiz was saying. He was like, December rules. He's like, it's just like straight up, straight down, straight up, straight down. Meanwhile, you're heading up the entire fucking time, right? into like late January, early February. This is definitely the time of year to be making some fucking cash. There's a shit ton of cash we made this time of year. What do I got here for you guys? VIX climbed over 18%. Outstanding. Good job. Now we can go higher. I wonder if we can get 90. We can get 94, 96 today, like 90 today, 94, 96 in the bell, maybe 98 by Friday or something insane. Be fucking dope as fuck. 140 points in like 2 days, 3 days. We got Superfly Snuka is going to be the fucking Superfly Snuka is going to run education department. Did you guys hear about that? Marjorie Green Taylor throwing the entire Republican Party into the bus yesterday, the day before. That was hilarious too. What else we got here? Oh, we got 20. I gotta look at what do you call it here? TLT. Man, I've been like, I can't decide if I want to, like, I don't want to get long. I feel like TLT is going to get fucking murdered into 2025, but I want to buy it so bad. It's so tempting. There's TLT. Like, do we have to wait for like 26, 27? Yeah, that's right. Keep on fucking pumping. You guys want a cleaner line for as we go up here? Let me slide everything over for you. Yeah, did you see that? She was trying to like take everybody down. She's like, let's get honest. She's like, the Congress has been paying payments to like all you motherfuckers. It's like you're all a bunch of sexual deviants. I thought that was hilarious. Yeah, keep on pumping. Keep on pumping. Don't stop now. Keep on pumping. Keep on pumping. Don't stop now. Keep on pumping. Let's look at gold really quick. Oh yeah, we're fucking squeezing. The fucking Vixperation. Keep bringing me War Doom. Keep bringing me War Doom. Love it. Keep bringing me that War Doom. I like the War Doom trade. I want to, yeah. Our conservative is blowing up right now. I noticed that too. Like all the conservatives on Reddit are freaking out. This is the fucking. It's like we're gonna appoint a bunch of billionaires to deal with the elites. The elites have taken over Washington. Let's appoint a bunch of billionaires to deal with them. Oh god, it's gonna be a fun 4 years. Let me see what I got here. I don't see anything here. And I got phone calls to make. I'm supposed to be in a meeting right now, but I'm like, fuck that, making money. Closing the gap right now.
At 11 a.m. Eastern Time, we expect comments from Bank of England's Ramsden, who speaks on monetary policy at the University of Leeds. We also expect comments from Fed's Cook, who speaks on the economic outlook and monetary policy. At
Watch out here.
Text and Q&A are expected.
A little bit of back testing here. Use this for that there. Yeah, TLT, I don't know exactly what to do. Where is SPX Gamma? Just note that we're in a little bit of resistance here at 58.88 on negative Gamma. 5-minute trigger's coming down right now. Have to be careful of a second leg down here before going higher. Let's look at Vixperation or VIX 9-day. VIX 9-day rejected again on its monthly and daily trigger. It really is trying to curl up over here. You see that? It's like really trying to get up here. Still looking for it to come down, though. keeps being sold. If you're like looking at VIX 9-day at home on a 1 hour basis, like there's still like huge sellers coming in here. Or where do we go with like VIX up, SPOOs up, spot up, vol up? And there's still a huge gap left behind over here. It's like this big ass gap left behind right here. You see it?
So Senator Warren wants the Fed to reject Wells Fargo's effort to lift the asset cap.
I swear, is it only Waterboy and I that use this channel?
Comments from Bank of England's Ramsden, who speaks at the
Or
university.
Waterboy just shows
Also expect
everybody
comments from Fed's Cook
in the
who speaks
market
on the
chat.
economic outlook and monetary policy at the University of Virginia. Text and Q&A are expected.
SPX now coming into negative gamma right now. Should find some resistance in this area as we head higher right now. Holy shit, they were buying calls on the bell this morning? Are you fucking kidding me? They were buying calls on the bell this morning. People were buying calls at 9:30 this morning. Like puts fell off. There's like barely any put buying, massive call buying. Throughout this whole down move, there's been massive call buying. Massive call. They just don't care. Just relentless call buying. This whole fucking move, they were buying calls all the way down. Holy shit. Some people got annihilated today. This could rope us in today. There was massive call buying right on the bell. 590 would likely be top until the close today. Should be 96. Maybe we got some anticipation of a good report. Could take us to 96, but it wouldn't be until after hours, maybe follow through into tomorrow. Yeah, I'm with you, Talking Monkey. I think there's a few of us that use it. I think there's like 5 or 10 of us that use that room. About 5 or 10 of us use the bots are fucking awesome. I love them. It's in a part of my trade plan. I use them as a part of my trade plan frequently. Waterboy's gang gang though. He drops that shit in the market chat, I think, pretty frequently.
One minute till we get the text release for Fed's Cook.
Yeah,
10 seconds.
Protect your trades from macro headline risk with Financial Juice Pro. Now only 9.
No, we're now. This is a gamma flip right here.
Fed's Cook says if the labor market and inflation evolve as expected, it would be appropriate to continue lowering policy rate towards neutral. An elevated core inflation suggests the Fed still has further to go. The economy is in a good position, though core inflation is still somewhat elevated. The risks right now are roughly in balance, and the magnitude and timing of rate cuts will depend on incoming data, the outlook, balance of risks, and policy is not preset. Cuts so far were a strong step forward, removing policy restriction, and the totality of data suggests disinflation is still underway, with the labor market gradually cooling. If inflation progress slows with the job market still solid, we could see a scenario for pausing. Economic growth is robust, and I expect expansion will continue. Housing services account for most of the excess of core inflation, and faster productivity growth appears to have supported both potential and actual growth. Continued growth with slowing inflation could mean underlying potential is greater than we thought. The labor market is largely normalized and no longer a source of inflation. The job market overall remains solid. Recent weak growth as a result of temporary strikes and storm effects. Fed's Cook says slowing wage growth increases. Slowing wage growth increases confidence in continued disinflation, and job risks weighted to the downside but have diminished in recent months. And Bank of England's Ramsden now says the economy will
Yeah, they've been slamming NVIDIA calls since the open.
low and relatively stable inflation continuing. Ramsden also says
I'm looking for
in which inflation stays closer to the 2% target throughout the first part of the forecast.
this is really what I'm like. This here, we should go at least to there. I'm gonna modify, or at least in a 4 p.m.
As likely that the disinflationary process sustains its
I've got us going down here all the way up to 98,
uncertainties to diminish and
but it's gonna take work.
to further disinflationary pressure.
They're gonna destroy us in here.
A less gradual approach to reducing the bank
I
rate.
think. I think they like. What I think is that we like go up here, and they just cut us up into the 4 p or like 4 p.m. and then we actually begin to go higher again. They're not gonna let any of these dorks that were buying. I don't think. Sometimes they do. Sometimes they do. But I don't think any of these dorks that were buying calls. I don't think they're getting their money back. I could be wrong.
So Ramsden says my starting point is to consider it more likely.
If I was a dealer, I'd be like, well, we'll get there. We're just gonna
2 to 4% range than in the top half.
We're not paying any of these people over here. Sometimes they do. It's very rare. If there was a day that they could pay those people, it's probably today. Like where like you lose all your trades and then but there's most certainly a wall there now, like 90. And they're going to grind them the whole way the rest of the day. Like grind it, push it, grind it, push it, grind it, push it. Every once in a while you'll win, but not. I would think that if I was a dealer, I'd say anyone buying calls at 590 or wherever we opened at. I think it was 590 we opened. Those fuckers are going to die. At least into the close. Okay, I'm going to take a quick break. I'm out of my calls at this point. So I'm kind of flat right now. They're my normal shit. See if I can see anything here for you guys. Let's look at a couple possible trades here. I got a couple trades for you guys, okay? Let's see what we can find here. We've talked about these in the past. Give me a second here. I think we talked. What is this? We've talked about this stock already, TEM. Do you guys know TEM? We've brought this ticker up already. I think we brought him up last week. TEM, Tempest AI. We were looking for them to go up, then come back down, and they're doing their thing again. Keep this one in your eyes on this one. They've been a pretty good mover here. Regular printer, and they print well. You see how they kind of just follow that daily trend. You catch yourself a nice little low down here. We just had a big pump. And they actually recovered again. Like they want to do it again. It might not be a big pump, but like something like this, maybe down there.
And Ransom says it is not clear the extent to which NICs increase in autumn
Something like that, right?
and will be transmitted into increase in price, reduction in wages, and increase in unemployment.
Oop. You get the gist, right? A nice little trades here, 67. This is 53. Bam. TEM is the trade. The next trade would be let's look at this one right here. TEM. Next one is GRAL. Another nice regular printer. Spec growth, of course. Big moves, big moves, big moves, big moves, big moves. Now they're already in the middle of one right now, but they're in accumulation. You can see that they're in accumulation here. Just maybe set an alert on this ticker here. If you, I'm gonna do one myself, as a matter of fact. Yeah, and they're getting a bunch of like higher lows and stuff like that, like. 12 bucks, 13 bucks. They're getting a series of higher lows, higher lows, higher lows. Daily triggers curling up on them as well. Coming back to attack. I mean, they had some nice highs back here. $23, $24. This is GRAL.
So according to Europe Invasion on X, Russian forces are preparing to launch the RS-26 intercontinental ballistic missile in a possible attack on Kiev.
So I posted that for you this morning. I posted it on Twitter earlier this morning too. But if you want to check out my Twitter, I've got the actual origination tweet and the first news article. It came out last night at 3:30 in the morning. So there looks like they're now saying that they're going to do that. But that report came out last night. If you want to read, you can actually click on the article and translate it on Google Translate. You can translate the post too that I reposted for you. That popped up last night around 11 o'clock. And it flips right here. I think it's right there. Right about there, I think. Yeah, flip. GRAL is the second ticker for you to be watching. Sellers trying to get the second leg down here to trade this local support right here. I think I got that right. I got that right. Make sure I don't have that wrong. I'm not thinking that we go down there, if you're wondering. If you're wondering, like, Cap, do you think we go down there for that second leg down? No. I don't personally. Geopolitically, maybe. If they, like, I don't know. If they fucking set off a fucking intercontinental ballistic missile, yeah, we can make it a leg lower. We'll buy it if it does. We'll buy some zero dates again. No, they say Europe invasion on X. Russian forces are preparing to launch the RS-26 intercontinental ballistic missile weighing 36,000 pounds with a range of 6,000 kilometers and a possible attack on Kiev. Now, what they failed to tell you is that the launch is supposed to be a test and not like a nuke or something. So they're intentionally, like, Financial Juice is intentionally not disclosing the entire report right now. Just a heads up on that. That's for trading the stock market, of course. You just can't get the real deal from people anymore, can you? Options are extremely expensive right now. Extremely expensive. Not cheap. Let me go potty real quick. I gotta go pee. I've been drinking like coffee and water all morning. It's supposed to be in a meeting right now. But I wanted to make sure you guys didn't buy the open this morning and get caught. I'll be back with you guys in just a minute.
So Goldman Sachs CEO Solomon says capital markets activity is picking up due to policy.
Goldman CEO Solomon says Trump policies in general are seen as more pro-growth.
Do you want to stay up to date with the latest and be on the bleeding edge of news for non-farm payrolls? Then sign up today and get our special offer of Financial Juice Pro for a year's worth of our service for the price of 1 month and save 92%.
Fed's Cook says this moment could be incredibly important if productivity had shifted higher. And Ramsden says October CPI data is only marginally above Bank of England's forecast.
Protect your trades from macro headline risk with Financial Juice Pro. Now only $99 a year for our real-time service.
Bank of England's Ramsden says a very small miss on 1 month's inflation forecast doesn't change my assessment of the outlook. And Fed's Cook says productivity is such a long run and stable trend that exceeding it is very hard to do. And Fed's Cook says it's possible even that the US is underestimating the productivity gains from AI. FedSpar doesn't plan to advance major rules before 2025.
You see that right there? That's a fucking bear trap and a half. They're gonna run you right over if you're short. Well, they fucking trapped your shit right in there. They're gonna squeeze you the fuck out. You're gonna get squeezed here. There goes the fuel. Be right back again. Just note too, you should still see, like, even though we're going that way right there, you should still see, like a a pass below there and pass below there. It's gonna be a jagged run. The dealers are gonna fuck this whole thing up intentionally. This has to do with option market. So you'll see like push higher, slam back down, burn the 5-minute trigger, slam down, burn the 5-minute trigger. It's just like grind, 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 grind. As the market moves higher is fine for stock price, but not for options. Be careful with zero dates when we get up here too. Like the zero dates are fine down here, but once we squeeze back up here and get above this flip, dealers will intentionally try to grind even though we go higher. Just note that once we're out of this gamma flip, there'll be an excuse to backtest the 5-minute the whole fucking way. And you can see it flattening right now. You see the 5-minute flattening, the 1 minute's flattening. for that turn higher. So just like if you do take some money off the table up here, we should hit this one, but in this run right here, we should go slam, or maybe we might even just hit it and then come back down, grind it, then go higher. And it's gonna be a fuck show in here. Like this whole zone right here is built to grind you out into the close. And like that 590 area, this like whole 590 area up here, should hold until it doesn't always, but you know, you go up there and they just grind this out, right? Like bam, 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 bam. You get the 5 minute rolls up, the 1 minute rolls up. Lock you in. Maybe they slam us back down at like 2:30. Like this whole job should be destroy option day. Qs are running, TQQs are running right now. All of tech's moving, so just like really focus on this 590. I think this was it's 902, 930. It's like, yeah, right where that green, right where this like 1 is here, and this D is right here. They don't care if we go over this. It just not before they destroy options here. But I do fully expect us to go to 598. If you got the brief last night, this morning, you'll see that we had the move targeted all the way down here, and then the next move higher is to 98. There is a warning here. I think I talked about this morning on stream, which is even if we get the 98, do we backtest the hourly trigger? Do we continue on with continue on the correction? And how deep is the correction, I should say, into December is a big question mark. Like the correction, like the first week of December. Is it only a flat correction? The second leg of a correction, is it only flat, or is it deeper into like 64 or something like that? And that's unknown right now. Hell yeah, St. Patty's Day.
So in 10 minutes time now at 12:15 p.m. Eastern Time, we're expecting possible comments from Fed's Bowman. So that's Fed Governor Bowman speaking on the approach to agency policymaking in West Palm Beach, Florida. A text is expected as well as a Q&A in just under 10 minutes time now.
Do you want to stay up to date with the latest and be on the bleeding edge of news for non-farm payrolls? Then sign up today and get our special offer of Financial Juice Pro for a year's worth of our service for the price of 1 month and save 92%.
So seeing an early text release here from Fed's Bowman says that she is pleased that the November Fed policy statement provided optionality in deciding future policy adjustments. Bowman agreed to support November Fed rate cut as it aligns with her preference to lower rates gradually. Bowman says her estimate of the neutral policy rate is much higher than before the COVID pandemic. The Fed may be closer to neutral than policymakers currently think. Inflation remains a concern. The US central bank should pursue a cautious approach on monetary policy. Progress in lowering inflation appears to have stalled, according to Fed's Bowman. Says the unemployment rate is below her own estimate of full employment. Rise this year reflects a weaker hiring. Sideways move in core PCE inflation since May reflects increased demand for affordable housing and inelastic housing supply. Economy is strong, labor market near full employment, inflation is elevated. She sees greater risks to price stability mandates, though deterioration in the labor market is possible. Payrolls likely rose at the recent average pace after accounting for hurricanes, Boeing strikes, and low response rates. So again, just to repeat some of those comments from Fed's Bowman, where she did note that progress in lowering inflation does appear to have stalled. Fed's Bowman says it is concerning that we are recalibrating policy but haven't reached the inflation goal. Bowman adds that the Fed needs to be flexible.
Protect your trades from macro headline risk with Financial Juice Pro. Now only $99 a year for our real-time service.
So in 10 minutes time now, at the top of the hour, the US is due to sell $16 billion in 20-year bonds. The prior bid to cover was 2.59 with the prior high yield of 4.59%. So Treasury $16 billion 20-year sale at 1 p.m. today remains likely to draw the highest yield since April, though yields across maturities have retreated from session highs to little changed levels. Declines were paired as haven demand returned after reports of another defensive missile launch by Ukraine into Russia. Still, outright yield levels should help the auction despite mixed technicals, according to JP Morgan strategists in a note yesterday. And also making note of the latest CFTC positioning data. This shows that speculators were net short 41.8 thousand bond futures contracts, a possible source of covering demand.
Sweet. It's almost 1 o'clock.
Fed's Bowman says even when we bring inflation down, prices are still more expensive.
Looks like they want to drop it there for a minute, doesn't it?
And Bowman says we need to be patient and cautious about what immigration policy approach may actually be.
You're trying to like get one more. Oh, I see. You get the half an hour. Be careful here. Hold on 1 second here. There's a it could be a quick like move lower. Some kind of like a violent move down. I don't know if that actually happens or not, but there's a cross of the half and quarter or half hour and hourly. And there's a big bar.
Policies that will facilitate people to be able to work across the country.
See this bar right here? I don't know what the deal is with this bullshit. Why that's popping up. See that right there? What is that thing all about? Coming into like a power hour here for 1 p.m. too. See what happens here. See this right here? Watch this really quick. Someone's fucking around here in the background. Go back to the market chat here. Maybe that's the 20-year. Is that the 20-year? What time is the 20-year at today? Let me get rid of this break time shit. Review this. Oh, I see what it is. Yeah, be very careful. They're going to try to drop the market on you. There's a 20-year bond auction here. And they are going to attempt to rock this straight to the downside. You see that big white bar down below here? If you're trying to buy calls or anything for 1 p.m., they're going to try to plunge this right now. They're going to try to rip this all the way down. They're going to shank this whole thing right here.
So in 5 minutes' time now, at the top of the hour, the US is due to sell $16 billion in 20-year bonds. The prior bid to cover was 2.59, and the prior high yield was 4.59%. Keep in mind as well, at the top of the hour, we're expecting possible comments from ECB's De Guindos, who speaks at the macro PRU conference.
Yeah, you guys see that down below? If I can catch some calls down here, I'm interested. There's the daily. There's the one. This is the 1 hour right here. We are right on the gamma flip right now. Yeah, they just went risk off. I just watched a bunch of options drop by like half their price. Maybe 30, 40%. I'm going to try to buy some here shortly. Set up a buy order here. See if we can get a dump here. I don't know if they're going to give us the trip lower or not. Hope they do. No, it looks like we're going to drop. We have a bond auction coming out at 20 for the 20 or 1 p.m. You see this white bar down below right there? So this is like set up to drop down here. We'll see if we can catch the drop for a move higher. Well, 3 minutes left until the auction. Oh, what just happened there? I just fat finger a bunch of shit, did I? Fucking Mr. Fat Fingers over here. Come on, baby. Buy to open. Do I use Tasty? I use Tasty, Robinhood, Thinkorswim. What else do I use? I don't use Robinhood anymore. I haven't used that in a long time. I use a bunch of different brokerages.
So we are shortly expecting the results of the 20-year bond sale. So keep in
I've
mind
got
the
cash
QQQ
accounts,
will
margin
follow at the top of
accounts.
the hour. The auction results normally follow a couple of minutes after this.
It used to be way worse. I used to have like a ton of when brokerages, like there's been like since I've been trading, there's been 2 or 3 waves of like brokers. So I'll like I haven't done it in a while, but I would like leave money and like start a new brokerage, test them out, and then I would leave cash in there. Let's give me a quick rip to the downside here. See if we can get this bloodbath going down here. Oh, just give me a dip. Give me a dip, any dip. I'll take a dip.
Yield 4.65% ahead of the auction.
Previous, I've got 4.90. Can you guys hear the speaker? The new squawker? Bring up TLT here. TLT needs some love too. All long duration bonds. All I see for the previous was 4.59. Okay, so U.S. 20-year bond was 4.68% on Wednesday. The 20th, according to over-the-counter interbank yield quotes for this government bond maturity, historically, U.S. 20-year bond reached an all-time high of 6.12 in 2023. The 10-year really quick. Tens and twos. Yeah, yield's been dropping on the 10s, so that's all good and hunky-dory.
2.34, 2.34. High yield 4.68%, 4.68%. So primary dealers take 22.61%, direct 7.92%, and indirect 69.47%. The US sells $16 billion in 20-year bonds and awards 13.41% of bids at high.
Forecast is 4.59. The actual was 4.68. The bond bid to cover actual was 2.34. The previous was 2.59. I'd say it's an improvement. Better than expected. Not negative. Not an F or a D in my mind. A D plus? Dude, what does he want? It's like, what is he expecting right now? I don't know if I agree with that. Take a look. Oh, yeah, the yield's picking up right now in the 10s. And the 12, yeah, I guess it is a D. TLT is getting fucking blasted down again. It's not that bad.
Jump after the auction.
I'm expecting way worse. Maybe I shouldn't be lowering my expectations as much. Or maybe I shouldn't be adjusting my expectations based on because like everybody's dumping these bonds right now. No one's willing to buy them. Like Asia's not willing to buy them. No foreign countries. They're shedding our long-term bonds, and U.S. Banks don't want to buy them either. So I guess maybe I'm adjusting my expectations. Like, who the fuck wants them anyways? But I guess I shouldn't do that. All right, D minus. Like, that bad? It's not that bad. Like, right now, I would expect, like, nobody to be a buyer. Like, zero. Now, they are asking more for these bonds. Banks are demanding more, so...
Apple's AAA rating outlook stable.
You can't blame them, though, for doing that. All the banks are afraid of the deficit increasing. I mean, I would have asked for more. I think the banks are being very generous. You should ask Andy that. Don't you think? Andy, should you adjust your expectations on grading? Like grade on a curve, knowing that inflation's going to rage. Well, I'm dead serious here. Like, I don't know that you could expect anything better right now. You wait till the bond vigilantes show up, it's going to get fucking really ugly. Bond markets, I mean, like the thesis right now would be like short-term bonds are probably going to be pretty good. But like long-term bonds, like 20s, I guess, I think that someone from one of the banks was trying to make the argument that you like long bonds for just because they're so low, even if you're not going to hold them, but then who's the buyer? Who do you sell them to? And there's not a lot of buyers around the world right now. Short term, they're asking a lot and they're getting good money from those, but like Wall Street does not believe for a minute. I know that you guys are fucking, I mean, I swear to God, like You guys are sometimes worse than like Antifa. I realize we're in a stock show or something channel, so it's like I'm sitting in a. It's like if the show was like geared towards I don't know, I don't fucking know, like workers' rights or something. It would be full of Antifa people or like work reform people, but I try to like remain neutral in this stuff as best that I can. Like keep my trader hat on, but try to like tell a trader like, Wall Street doesn't believe for a fucking minute that Trump's not gonna make inflation rage. Not only that, but make the deficit balloon, like out of control deficit spending. And they try to say that to a Republican right now, and they just don't believe it. Wall Street believes it. They write it every day. They write it every single day in fucking notes. That's why I'm wondering, like, if Trump will. Like I have this. I keep like doing all this research. You know, like reading all the papers from the banks and all the economists and all that kind of stuff. Like I'm reading, like I'm going in deep with this shit, and the only thing I can see here would be that maybe voters don't get exactly what they want, or they have an impression of what they want from what he says, versus what's actually going to take place. So if he's got a commitment to beating the deficit, so if you like add up everything that he says, it does not equal the deficit coming down. It equals the deficit raging out of control. So maybe I should reword it better. So if you like write down every statement that he makes, and you're like, okay, if he's able to self-realize half of this, it still results in the deficit ballooning. So it makes you wonder, like, well, when it comes down to the brass tacks, let's say he's in his last 2 years, and he talks to you about, say, so like you figure like we're in 2024 right now, right? He does his first year, and we sunset all of those taxes, and he tells you he's going to do this and do that, and maybe he gets everything he needs to get done and realizes he's going to get locked out maybe in his second term, and he forces you to jump on a sword as a Republican. So rather than renewing the exact tax plan that he had from 2017, he gives you like half or 2/3, and he commits the other half to fighting the deficit. That would make some sense to me, because you can't have it all and accomplish what you're trying to accomplish. I don't know if that makes any sense to you guys out there. I know you guys don't want to hear that. I don't want to hear that. His tax plan impacts me in a very large way. If he sunsets it, if he even sets it halfway, I get a huge hit. But I just don't see how it works out, and the deficit doesn't just fucking balloon. And I'm open to both sides of that. Watch out, are they going to drop this here in just a minute? Well, they should. TLT taking the big hit right here. And the worst part of this is, too, I was talking about TLT earlier this morning. I think everybody wants to long it. So, like, there's two parts to this. There was, like, talk about longing TLT for, like, because it's so low. But then a bunch of other countries were getting rid of their bonds and saying we're not here to buy. We're not going to buy. We already have bond vigilantes. We have foreign bank bond vigilantes already entering our market or acting up right now. So then yesterday, or the day before, I was reading one of the 2025 plans, and they were like, "Stay the fuck away from TLT." They were like, "No, fucking no. It's gonna crash." More. At least 2 years of it. 2 fucking years. And that's shocking to me to even think about. Like TLT is going to trade $60, more than likely. $40 possibly. Well, that's the projection. something like that. Now, if he doesn't give you the full tax break, it'll fucking moon. TLT will fucking rocket. But right now, like those bond vigilantes are probably going to come out to play sometime. That's what I think the summer correction is going to be, the summer doldrum correction. The way that I'm putting it together, I'm like, by that time, at that point, they should come out of the woodwork with, fuck no, you're not giving tax breaks like you did in 2017. You got to cut it. The gray suits show up, you know. The gray suits are like bankers and high wealth individuals, like people that run these banks. It was kind of fascinating the other day. I was watching that TV show. It was Wyatt Earp and the Cowboy Wars. It was kind of dumb, you know. It wasn't rocket science. It wasn't like it was more like a docudrama. This documentary, it was like a docudrama, and like Netflix doesn't. Maybe we just unhinge from TLT. I guess you could unhinge from TLT, or you like not associate TLT with the market. But TLT in particular. Anyways, I was watching the show, and they did a really good job of portraying like American bankers and the originations of American banking, to give you just an idea of what American banking was like, how we were perceived by other countries, how America was perceived, and like we're kind of perceived like Australia was perceived, right? That's a criminal colony over there, right? The dregs nobody wants. Then they became breakaway. Well, you know, then become breakaway, and like the revolutionary nature of our nation and all that kind of stuff. We had cowboys, and you know, we got like westward expansion and stories and all that kind of stuff. And you get like bankers that are bankers today. So we had the railroads, right? And they were a fucking mess. So the railroads were like part of our original stock market. And the railroads were constantly going bankrupt. They were multiple different companies. It wasn't one railroad. And that was like our first stock market was based on our railroads. That was like AI is today, or cars, or industry, that kind of stuff. So we had taken out so much debt to fight the Civil War in particular, that we had no way to pay that debt off. And we had like inefficiencies in companies and our industries, and you know, like them or hate those guys, those bankers, that was like the basis of those were like our original bond vigilantes, maybe you could say, trying to get the U.S. back on track to be creditworthy for large-scale projects for the development of our country. Now, of course, those guys were scumbags. Those guys were, you know, they weren't not the nicest people in the world, but you know, though there's a reason why they are or act the way that they do.
Shortly expected.
The greed, power, money, and all that kind of stuff. And you guys get to see that show. If you haven't seen it, it was kind of cool. It was like mindless entertainment that had a little bit of information in it, and put more color on some of the books that I've read on these topics. Like humanized it slightly more than some of the drier things I've read are like. Yeah, Barbarians at the Gate, absolutely. Well, you can say that, but at the same time, the U.S., you know, without these banks, we wouldn't be where we are today. You'd be fucking eating, you know, you'd be eating dirt soup for all the shit that we've been through. And some of it we caused ourselves, some of it we didn't, though. It's not quite black and white. There's some gray. There's a lot of gray in there. So try to catch it. Watch one episode. It's, you know, this is this show is geared towards like a third grade reading
64
level. It's not
take 207
it's not like gonna hurt your brain or anything.
$$$7.3 billion at the Fed Reserve
Literally.
Corporation.
Netflix is. I don't really like documentaries much anymore. I don't watch too many of them. There's better investigative stuff that you find on like YouTube, believe it or not. Like Netflix and Amazon are very like, we're not going to hurt anyone's feelings. You don't see those documentaries too frequently like you used to. Like investigative journalism based documentaries with a lot of money behind them, just don't see them that much. Like you don't want to hurt anybody's feelings. But it added some color to banking, the U.S., the West, and some of the background of our country. Anyways, it was pretty cool. I liked it. It'd be a good thing to drone out to during the holidays. Not too much happening here. We're just kind of parked. I thought they'd drop us here, but they're not. And that's my expectation here. Is like, what do you expect? Like I don't know what you expect from like these 20 and 30-year auctions right now. You can't have. It's not like you're walking into them with high expectations. I guess that's my better point. Is how do you walk into these auctions and say, or it's like a D plus is a good plus? Like when bad news is good news. Like how bad can the auctions get? You ain't even seen shit yet. Go ask Andy. Say, are we doing the graduated scale right now, or a D plus is a good plus? Bad news is good news, and bad news is not exactly bad news at this point. I'm being dead serious here too. It's almost like when inflation is like ramping, but it's okay, it's good. Everybody's making money, everybody's good. Then you hit that peak, and you go, "Oh shit, the music stopped. Now inflation's bad." And we're gonna start fighting it. Party over. People are unwilling to pay $30 for a rack of eggs again. But I'll take that dip. Send it down. Send it on down here. If you want to send it down, send it down. I'll take it. Anything down there, I'll buy it. Give me some of that. Give me some of that 20-year bond doom. I'll take any. Where's that other? There it is, right there. Take any of that 20-year bond doom you got for me. $20-year bond doom, baby. But like, you're gonna tell me that 20 years is gonna take the market to the depths of hell? Not possible right now. It can, just not yet. It's kind of like the argument about someone was saying, we're on stream the other day, and I keep watching all of these, keep reading and watching all of these retailers that make goods in China or buy goods from China, and it's a mixed bag in how they report their earnings right now. Some companies are blatantly honest, like brutally honest. They're like, well, we're already raising our prices in anticipation of inflation running. Are we paying those tariffs yet? No, we don't care, though. We're just doing it because demand is going to grow and there's not enough product, or we're already experiencing shortages. Those ERs are mooning right now.
1:30 p.m. Eastern time.
And then you have
who gives a lecture.
Come on down, baby. Come on down. Come on down.
Monetary policy and achieving a soft landing in the euro.
Come on down. A little bit more. A little bit more dippage. Come on down. Call it on that white line down there. But then other companies are not saying those things in their earnings. So, like, Wall Street's very, like, I don't know if I would call it rough, but, like, Wall Street's very garish. as a body of people, generally. I don't know if you know that or not, but it is. So, like, wealthy and garish. Makes sense? Not wealthy and a CEO that needs to look a certain way in public, or wealthy and smart. These guys are smart. They're wealthy. They're garish. And what are we doing here? We're gonna, dude, lower. Come on, go lower. So, like, garishness. It's like almost uncouth, but it's okay because you deal with money and you're very smart. You know who else is like that? There are parts of the movie industry like that too. Hollywood. Some of Hollywood in the background. There's like two different kinds of Hollywood people. Like the Weinsteins, I used to know those guys, or not. I used to like hang out in the same circles as those guys. These guys are fucking garish, old school Hollywood elite types. At any rate, if you're in that like culture and you're listening to like an ER or something, and a company sometimes has to protect their image. So like Target just gave their outlook, right? Target just gave their outlook, and they sounded like Target sounded like they reminded me of what like Walmart just gave their or Walmart just gave an outlook saying, fuck them, we're going to raise their prices on them. I don't know if you know that or not, but like Walmart's like, fuck them, we're going to raise prices, we're going to front run this, right? So you have like that attitude from Walmart, and then you get like the Target. Well, the Target is like, well, we can't be garish. Our people that shop here don't want to hear that publicly, so they're like a little more dour on their outlook, even if they are probably going to benefit from this for a period of time. You know who else was like that was Apple during COVID. If you remember, Apple would like come into an earnings report and they would say things like, well, Tim would be like, well, we care about the American people and we're more focused on the health and welfare of you. And they'd be like, fuck it, slam them down. Like this was like late COVID. But you'd be like, wait a minute, man, like COVID's ending. Like you need to like, I need new product, new services, and we're here to make fucking money, right? Like I want to hear that. I don't want to hear like you're on pause on everything right now. And that's how Target kind of sounds right now. And some of these ERs, you hear that. Like people are like, oh, you know, bad outlook, bad. And the other ones are like, fuck no, we're starting to increase prices now, and we're here to make some fucking bank. And this past week or yesterday, I think maybe even yesterday or Friday or something, I roped in a bunch of the viewers into thinking that companies wouldn't rape and pillage early, and they're like, no, Cap, they're gonna bring the price of eggs down. I'm like, no, they're fucking not. They're gonna fucking rape and pillage. That's what a company does. Did you forget COVID? They don't give a fuck. They take the front end of the curve and the back end of the curve of greed, and that's where they make all this sweet, sexy money. So like if you say, oh, inflation's coming, it's like, oh, really? Raise prices. Well, it hasn't come yet. I don't care. You just said it. I just raised prices. Fuck you. Right? More profit immediately. Even if the inflation doesn't come, it's staying up until you tell me to turn it down. Then when they tell you to turn it down, wait, the inflation didn't come, bro. You're price gouging. Okay, it's gonna take us 3 months to drop those prices again, sir. Sorry. You know, and it's like front end, back end, fucking pure profit. Oh, fuck no, dude. That's how free market works. If you'll pay $1, $2, even if you're angry, if they got a reason to say, I have to raise him, John's raising him. WW3, she's like, fuck that, I'm raising mine too. He's commanding that.
On the bleeding edge of news for
That's how it goes.
payrolls.
That's really the problem here. Like, one of the problems here is when they talk about the pain.
Service for the price of 1 month and save
Like when Elon Musk talks about the pain that could be incurred with what we're or the path we're supposedly heading down. So there's a lot of pain in like this is multifaceted. So I, for one, want some industry back in the United States. So I want shipbuilding. I want the ability to make tech, like produce chips in the U.S. Most of the stuff that you need to go to war is what I want, that industry back in the United States. Some of the other stuff, I could care less if we have that manufacturing in the U.S. or not. And I want to talk about this too, like this, because it's multifaceted. I'm older. So I actually remember before the U.S. was routed, I was old enough to remember Made in America. And not all of it, but a whole ton of it at that point was garbage. Pure fucking garbage. And you always have like these ups and downs, right? Just like voting. You've got like waves of good and bad. There was a time when American products were outstanding. Then there was a time when, I cornered the market as an American manufacturer, and someone makes a better product in another country, cheaper too. So if we, we're squeezing again. What the fuck is going on here? You don't want to go any lower for us here. So, anyways, and U.S. car Ford famously, fuck it, we're gonna drink some Budweiser. Everybody buys Ford. They're not gonna buy a Toyota. Famous for garbage shit. Now, of course, Japan takes over, right? Then China takes over, and then all of a sudden we get more garbage products, right? So you get like good, bad, good, bad, good, bad. Now, in that same token, though, let's say we bring manufacturing back to the U.S. And I say let's say we're making, what are we making right now? Toothbrushes. We keep talking about toothbrushes. So toothbrushes from China right now suck. They're full of lead. Shitty plastic, the PVC or whatever the fuck those things are called, PHBCs or whatever. It's giving everybody, I don't know, short lives and stuff. And it's taking jobs. It's taking American jobs. So let's say this toothbrush costs $1. Okay, so when Elon says there's gonna be pain, right? And you're like, yeah, price is going to come down on them toothbrushes. We're going to make them in the United States. So they cost $1. And this is like, we're going to talk about greed right now. So let's say that it costs $1 from China. So Chinese toothbrush, $1. For me to make a toothbrush in America, it costs me $2. So we do tariffs on toothbrushes in China. They're $2, right? So in America, though, I charge $3. So I get $3. And let's say China's at $2. They're going to raise their prices too because America's asking $3, right? Does that make sense? Or maybe someone else's costs are lower. They're going to charge more to meet, or they sign a deal with Trump. Okay, you can import the toothbrushes cheaper without the tariffs at $1, or manufacturing in the U.S. some toothbrushes are $2. Let's say pretend we're not even adding any cost or upcharge on it. Toothbrush in China is $1. Toothbrush in America is $2, right? $1, $2. Tariff for Chinese toothbrush brings it to $2. We're now on equal footing. Right? You're paying $2 for an American brush. You're paying $2 for a Chinese toothbrush. Number one, is the American toothbrush as good of quality as the Chinese toothbrush? That's the first question. Second question, though, is let's say an American company gets a deal with Trump. and they don't get the tariffs by importing toothbrushes at $1. Do you think that company, that American company that's importing those toothbrushes with a good deal, is not going to raise the price of that to $2 to meet everybody else's price? Fuck no. Everybody in the industry will go up and up and up and up to meet whatever the American consumer will pay for those toothbrushes. So, you know, like, the tariffs can work, but they probably have to be not just tariffs, but not allow certain products into the U.S., like banning products. We do that right now. We ban certain products, or the amount of products coming into the U.S. It's probably not just tariffs that the president has to do if you really want to go that route or that route. Should I get long here or what? I thought we'd go lower than right here. I was hoping we'd go lower. Well, so at any rate, my point here is this, is that pain could be real. Like when you want, let's say you're angry at eggs being so, or angry that toothbrushes cost too much money. We used to talk about eggs. Now it's everywhere. Everybody uses eggs as the example, but we'll use toothbrushes. We'll use something new. So like, let's say you're angry, your toothbrushes are too high. There's a fair chance that your toothbrushes are going to go much higher before they go much lower. Is my ultimate point here, and a lot of it is going to be, and also include some greed. It's not going to be just like, I own the toothbrush company and I'm with the American citizen and I'm going to get the prices lower so that everybody else makes their prices lower and we beat up on China making toothbrushes. That's not how most of capitalism works, or at least for the short term. So I would expect some pain there first. I think I'm with Elon on that, saying that. If we actually get down that route, if we actually, I don't think they're going to follow through with that, but if they did, I would expect raging inflation too. And that inflation should, especially for an American company, and I got to pay people, and we have less immigrants, and I got to pay more work for workers. Like all this stuff kind of adds up to higher prices for all of your goods. The hope here would be that you get paid more money as an American. You've got less workers, and you have some wage spiral, which is what we have right now. We have wage spiral.
And the Trump team was creating the first ever White House crypto roll.
Right now we have, I think, don't quote me on this, but I think it's the median income right now is that 50% of America makes $80,000 or more per year. And when you go below that 50%, there's a huge curve of people that make $60,000 per year. And you might think, well, that's not a lot of money, but that's much more money than people made in 2017, 18, and 19. Far better wages today than there ever were. You might not experience that in your life, but most people do. They've jumped from job to job to get better wages in the U.S. So I think if we go through that Elon plan or the Elon Trump plan or whatever, you'd hope that wages would increase as well to combat that higher, or that even if it's just that brief 2-year period. If wages don't follow along, that's when we get into trouble, right? So we go into recessionary periods or depressionary periods. And if wages don't keep up, that's where we can run into some real fucking trouble. You know, if a company's like, well, fuck them, I'm not going to pay them. I'm going to charge them more and I'm not going to pay them. We're going to go into a recession or a depression. Yeah, dude, seriously, come down. Down. I want to buy a fucking dip. I want some zero dates. Fuck this sideways bullshit. It's 1:35 and we're not moving up or down. What time is this? Where's 1:30? It's 1:30 right here. What are we doing? This fucking Bears need to get a move on. 1:30, 2 p.m. Can we get some 2:30 due maybe? 2 o'clock. This is like sideways shit is garbage. I'm watching this. Like, I want to buy some 591s. Gotta check the anybody's buying calls yet. So they're gonna leave me behind.
So ECB Stenora says tight financing conditions have weighed on growth, and ECB policy is taming inflation was a success. Downside risks to Eurozone growth remain, and the ECB may increasingly need to avoid inflation undershooting.
Market tide looks like it's going down. Yeah, I want more down, dude. I'm gonna buy some 0 dates. I want them on fucking discount. Calls puts falling off right now. No real call or put buying. There's heightened call in. Well, there's it's kind of fascinating. So I'm looking at net flow right now on SPY. This is fascinating. So people were buying calls on the open all the way through the morning. They got hammered. No one was buying puts until the bottom. So that's why we're sitting right fucking here. That's why we're sitting right here. So burn all your puts all day long. And then not allow the calls to print until end of day. Maybe you'll get a nice dip at 2:30, 3 o'clock down here, but they're going to make you wait. Ugh. This whole day is going to end up sucking, sitting here watching and waiting. So we're kind of like trapped right now. If you go inside the UW premium channel, you can see it. Why we're trading sideways is clear as day. Yeah, remember that in the 80s, Kurt? Do you remember that? So we had like this weird curve.
Protect your trades from macro headline risk.
Do you remember that? Like we came into like the 80s and there's a lot of garbage, right? GE was making garbage. Tools started becoming garbage. We started losing stores. Remember like Sears went bankrupt? Sears and Roebuck went bankrupt. Woolworth started getting small. I remember that time, like the late 70s, early 80s. I don't remember the 70s, of course, but the early mid 80s. I remember my dad got a Toyota truck. He got a T1000 or something, B1000. I don't know what it was called, and he was always like an American car buyer. He was just like, "Fuck this, I'm done." Yeah. Do I think we move up? This is so today is so we had our early down move due to Vixperation. Now we likely have a problem with the options market. We've got like put buying on bottoms. We got shit tons of call buying right now, and they don't want to print any of it. Dealers like fuck all of you. They'll make price move without paying those options. I'm gonna post something for you guys really quick. Here, I'll post this for you in the Discord. Read through this stuff here. We're kind of like trapped in this like gamma trap right now. I'll post this, but the next one is what I really want you to read here. I'll read this to you right now. So GS on NVIDIA. NVIDIA. Here, I got the next one for you guys. Ready? It's like options volume. NVIDIA options volumes remain elevated. That's all you need to fucking hear. Fuck you and your calls. That's basically what it is. Fuck you, fuck your calls. You should be trading spreads. And it's just like slam the call button, slam the call button, slam the call button. It's like Tesla earnings, right? Slam the call button, shit can earnings. And then they run it up 3 days later when all your calls are dead. So we've got GS and NVDA. Options volume. NVDA options volumes remain elevated and still account for 15%. Jesus Christ. Fucking 15% of all single stock options volume. Well, this is down from the 45% of volume they achieved in June. We believe understanding options positioning is critical for understanding the setup into earnings. Here, I'll explain it better for you. Ready? I'll simplify it for you. Here's a fucking boat. Here's puts. One put. Here's calls. Calls. Who the fuck do you think they're paying? You could shit rainbows out and they're not paying these assholes. None of these guys are getting paid. They'll get paid after their calls are dead. or when there's zero. Finally making our way down right now. We've got 586.43. Maybe we can get down here to this letter D. We can buy some zeros for the close. They're going to make us fucking suffer until like fucking 4 fucking 30 or fucking 3 fucking 45, 350. Did I simplify that enough? Calls. Fucking boats like this. Fucking this is the NVIDIA boat. Calls. It's like one asshole over here with a put. Calls. Cop, I got puts. I know. We know there's always one person with puts. Fucking super rampant calls all day long. I'm going to get in the market today. My barber told me to buy NVIDIA calls on their ER day. What do you got there? Yeah, I'm not a believer with the I think that I hear all these Republicans chirping that I'm always fascinated. I hear Republicans going, Trump's going to save us from war. I'm like, you're fucking out of your minds. Trump's going to bring you to war. No, he's going to save us from it. I'm like, oh, I don't think so. I think like that along with the taxes thing. Like I think you're drinking the Kool-Aid here. I think you're definitely drinking the Kool-Aid here. Your barber is bald. You can't take him seriously. I think we need more troops. I like the barber's bald comments. Come on down, baby. Come on down to that white bar down there. Don't diddle in the middle. Don't destroy both sides. Come on down. Russia invaded what? Ukraine, right? Do you know what Obama sent? Damien? You want to tell you? Where is the white bar? You see that? You see that? See that? See the white bar? See that? Yeah. Damien, what did Obama send to Ukraine? He sent blankets and night vision. Do you know what Biden sent? Yeah. Obama didn't send shit. Trump actually broke the embargo and sent the first missiles. He actually gave offensive missiles to Putin, or not Putin, to Zelensky. Did you know that? Probably not, right? Probably not. 100 top hats? Fuck no. He sent offensive weapons. I don't think that Putin wants to end the war, can end the war. So if you don't think that, and I think Trump wants to like do a deal where the war ends, and I don't think either side is willing to agree to that. I don't think either side is. And I think that's going to anger Trump. I'm serious. I think that's going to anger Trump. I think Trump will in turn arm Ukraine. As a matter of fact, you can see it right now. You can see it right now with what England, France, and the U.S. is doing. I'm going to assume that that's already known behind the scenes. I think that's already known. I think that transition's already going on. I don't think there's any like big fuck you, like we're going to arm Ukraine for the next 3 months until Trump goes to office. I think that's just like garbage speak, trash talk. No, they don't need men. They just need rockets. That's all they need. Rockets will do it. You don't need men to fight wars right now. Russia's got no men. That's why they got 100,000 Koreans going over there. They've gotten depleted. No, that's not true. Well, you know, we'll come back to it. How about that?
We expect comments from ECB's McLuth.
That war. I think that war is just getting started. I think even if Ukraine falls, you're going to see more fighting with Poland, Finland, Sweden, all those nations. I think we think things that are not actually going to come true. But we're not there yet. So when we get there, we'll find out. Zelensky is ousted. I think the biggest outcome would be, or I think the most probable outcome is we begin to reinforce him even more, and Ukraine still falls, but the war expands, and the U.S. gets involved. Yeah. 100%. I don't think this is stopping. I think that there's like this dream right now that like Ukraine falls and Russia is done with Ukraine. So I think that you're seeing it in real time. The meeting up with resistance to that notion. I don't know if that can happen. I don't know if I think that relationship is. I'm not positive on that part. If the relationship is fully over or not with Russia, and how many people have actually died in Ukraine. If they can repair that relationship to go to war with the rest of the West. I did ask a friend that question. If that could be the case. He seemed to think no. Yeah, Trump did that. Trump sent the first offensive weapons to Ukraine. Not Obama. You just ask people in the military. When you hear that like barking voice, they're not going to send me to war. Ask a soldier; they want to go to war. There's like huge construction going on right now to go to war in Europe. There's a lot going on in the background. We're gearing up for war, guaranteed. 100 fucking percent. Keep dreaming, keep smoking that. Probably see my old ass in some fucking training facility one day, like World War fucking II. We were McCain and shit. I don't think it matters if they can or can't beat Ukraine. I don't think you could argue the point like I don't think that Russia could beat Ukraine, or I think that Russia could beat Ukraine. That's not the ultimate end of that fight. It's not about Ukraine. Like this has nothing. This is about like closing the gaps to Moscow, reclaiming these like Eastern Bloc states as a buffer to Moscow or to Russia, and it's a larger area than that. They have to close these gaps, like mountain gaps and stuff, on these plains to Moscow, at minimum. There's a greater want and need to reinvigorate the Slavish Empire. So, then we're not even talking about the Russian economy at this point. The Russian economy would collapse if Ukraine fell and there was no more aggression. Let me say that again. Russian economy would collapse. So I think that we're in World War III, I think. I'm fairly certain we're in World War III right now. Whether you know it or not, or think you're not going to get dragged into it, you're out of your fucking skulls, in my view. Like my Main Street hat view, I think you're in World War III and don't know it yet. Or you're not being told you are. I don't know they'd send me to the foxhole. I think I'm too old for that. Probably. I think if you were like 40, if you're a prior service 40, I think they can take me back until I think 50, 65.
Eastern time, we expect comments.
I'll have to check my paperwork, but I think they can call you back until you're 65 years old. So if we went to a world war, if that ever kicked off sooner than later, if you're a prior or not, I guess if you're a prior service military, you would be called back more than likely. That's what they did in World War II. They called everybody back from World War I that could fucking still kick. They did it in Iraq. They called people back, and they'd send them to goddamn fucking MEPS. Ugh. I'm pretty sure we're in World War III. Fairly certain of it. I'm giving it like a 70% chance we're in it right now and just don't know it. As an American, you don't know it. I think it's more cleanup, John. I don't think it's like boots on the ground so much. I think when we can fight a war like this with less people on the ground, but you still need you'd still need millions of Americans to do it, millions and millions. Like I think people's idea is that it's like I don't think it's the view of like it would be like World War II. I don't think it'd be exactly like that at all. But I think you'd need that many people, just logistically, even with all the tech, like just the manpower that you'd need is fucking massive. It'd be good though. It'd be good for our country, good for kids, good for young adults. People are like, "Oh shit, no, it wouldn't." Fuck you talking about? This is all documented stuff. You guys can you guys want like like all the GDPs are being geared towards gearing up for war in all of Europe right now. All European countries are raising their GDPs. They're reinforcing their roads. They're reinforcing their bridges. The U.S. is training troops all over Europe right now. Like this is all. None of this is classified. This is all public. You can easily search for it. It's all over the internet. Like legitimate news sources. ABC, CNBC, Wall Street Journal, WAPO, Bloomberg, it's everywhere. You can just read about it. I'd say we're like 70% chance. And if anything, at least, I don't know about China. I think China maybe goes to Cold War. I think China and Russia would like to see each other knock down a peg or two. I think they're friendly with each other, but not as friendly as people think.
Shortly expecting comments from ECB's McLuth.
We had a lot of that in World War II with England in the U.S. England was devastated. England got depleted. World War I, World War II. By the time we got through World War II, the U.S. was able to take over as an economics powerhouse due to a lot of the destruction in Europe. And I'm assuming that their same playbook would be in play here. If you're China and Russia, you'd want to see one or the two become more dominant from their perspective. Two o'clock now. Yeah, they're going to murder this whole market right here into the close. That's what I think. Maybe till 2:30, 3:30, something like that at minimum. Possibly even later. 3:45. You stop fucking buying calls. I wouldn't mind my kids going to war. I don't want them to be in the military unless they have to be, but I got no problem with my kids. My family has served every generation. As a matter of fact, I've got like nieces and nephews that serve currently right now. But my kids don't have to right now. They have other opportunities. But they would. I would have no problem with it. If we went to like a world war, I would not mind at all sending my kids. No worries at all. I'd feel good about it. Yeah, fuck yeah. Well, Minecraft players would be in charge of logistics. Dude, seriously. That's a fucking fact, John. That's some, what was that, was it not Ready Player One? What's that, Ender's Game shit, right? Full on Ender's Game? You weren't playing Minecraft all along. You were shipping logistics across the world there, son. You were sending bullets to kill commies. We're probably in World War III right now. If I had to guess, we are. I just don't. I guess the biggest thing that I think is, does it become a Cold War or a hot war? It's semi-hot right now. We're most certainly using proxies, but does it become a hot war is the question. I don't think it's a Cold War right now, but we could back off from proxies into like a confrontation to a Cold War, like a build-up. But I don't know if Russia can do that, nor China. I think they need war. I think they need to have it. Like it's like part of their destiny. It reminds me a lot of like Japan in World War II. We just need oil. So it's in our view, it's part of our survival as a country. We just need to put down America just long enough. We always think about like what we want. And I'm like, that's not always why war starts. Or what we need, or what we're going to or not going to do. We never think about what other people, what their wants and needs are. My dad was in Vietnam. I got a great uncle who was in the Spanish-American War. My Uncle Tommy. Yeah. Do you think they'll be broadcast? Do you think we would broadcast that stuff? Like U.S. soldiers would be sanctioned or no? Do you think that stuff would make it out into the public? Quite like it does right now with like Russia, Ukraine. Do you think that the live coverage would be as prevalent with the U.S. forces or not? Or maybe from counterforce? Would it come out more from counterforce, or would the U.S. military try to rein that in? Grind, 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 grind. Oh, maybe I should take a break and come back for 3:30. I might take a break. I gotta make a call. I'm afraid that we're gonna do so. See what we've done here. We've done nothing. Just been grinding. I really want like a dip down here. I don't really want to waste my time fucking around until 3:30. What time is it right now? 2:30. Where's 3:30? All right, there's 3. All right, I'm gonna make a phone call right now. I'm not expecting shit to happen here. If you're like waiting for a move in this market, I'm gonna tell you that it's not gonna happen. They're gonna grind us down, in my view. I don't know how long it takes, but something like this. And I'm not willing to sit here and watch it go slow. Like if they were willing to drop us down like right here, right now, I'd be like, fuck yeah, let's get long for the close. But I don't see it. So I think it's going to grind or slow grind down this way. So I'm going to jump back off on stream. I got to call Joe Donut right now. He's asked me to give him a call. So I'm here in the office. If anything like happens, we start squeezing or we blood early or something like that, I'll come back on the show. But I definitely don't want to sit here and watch my eyes bleed for the next 2 hours. So give me till whenever the market starts to move, and I'll jump right back on again. I was hoping that's why I got back in the show. I'm like, maybe 1 o'clock we can get a bloodbath down here, 20-year bond or something like that, but didn't happen. So I'll be back with you guys in just a minute. If we get a bloodbath or if we get some kind of movement to the upside, I'll jump back on. All right, it's 2:30 now. Let's see if we get any movement. Fucking yawn fest. Give me some movement. I don't care where you fucking go. Anywhere but here, baby. Something. Give me something. I always like when they're like, the market's real. I'm like, no, it's not. Like, no, it's not. The options market is real. Stock price market, not so much.
December futures settle at $2.04 a gallon. NYMEX diesel.
Their market?
$2.22
Yeah,
a
let's
gallon.
say yes to that.
Natural gas December futures settle at $3.19.
But the stock market, do I really think the stock price of SPY is staying sideways right now because of the buying and selling?
$87 a barrel. That's down 50.
Maybe.
5%.
It's a quiet day over here in Wall Street.
Do you want to stay up to date with the latest and be on the bleeding edge of news for non-farm payrolls? Then sign up today and get our special offer of Financial Use Pro for a year's worth of our service for the price of 1 month and save 92%.
There's a little turning up going on. Let's set up a trade right now. Maybe we can get a turn higher here. What time is it right now? 2:30. We can do like a 15-minute trade or up or down here. Yeah, there's a little curl there. We're not quite there yet. Let me go check the flow right now. There's a little bit of call buying going on. Nothing significant. Put buying is starting to fall off a little bit. I mean, you don't want to be fucking short into the close, but I don't think they're quite there yet either. It's a little bit of an uptick going on right now. Put together a mini rally or something. 586. Are you shitting me? I can't believe we're this fucking low. 586. They must be expecting like fucking NVDA to moon. They gotta be. There's gotta be. I mean, I know part of it is all the call buying and shit, but this doesn't look like. Well, it's not quite turning up yet, but they're attempting to turn it up. I'd like to see at least. I'd at least like to see, the cross. Something like that, maybe to get long. I'm not willing. Don't believe this yet until we go up here. I still don't believe it. This is all like very trappy. It needs to at least break out. So what they're doing back here is every time it attempts to break out, it's like down, like all this bullshit right here looks like it wants to break out. I'm not gonna lie, I'm kind of shocked that we're still down here. I thought some of it would retrace already. That's a pretty big fucking pin. Like, we're gonna fucking moon into Friday. Like, now I'm thinking like maybe I just get some fucking Friday like naked shit. And I'm finding it hard to believe that we're trading 586 into Friday. Like, you're talking about a massive amount of motherfuckers that would get like the squeeze. Like, if NVIDIA did like great earnings, great outlook, and the CHIPS Act. Do you guys know the CHIPS Act's probably going to save like the AI bubble bullshit? It's they just refunded it. So I'm like, man, you could squeeze a bunch of fucking motherfuckers. If they pin this shit into the close 586, I'm gonna have, if they hold this shit down, I'm gonna have to fucking, without a goddamn doubt, I'm gonna have to fucking there ain't no fucking way. Like, I am without a doubt going to have to fucking long this close if we're this low. Like, even if it fails, I'm gonna have to. Just for the fucking. What's NVIDIA trading right now? Look at Walmart. Walmart's sexy as fuck. I am really finding this hard to fucking believe. I'm suspect. Yeah, like, look at NVIDIA, dude. You're telling me NVIDIA's not going to fucking crank into the bell? You any guys looking at NVIDIA right now? This doesn't make any fucking sense to me. They're going to fucking super crank this bullshit. They got to. There ain't no fucking way they're not going to. Look at NVIDIA right now. That shit looks fucking stupid. There ain't no fucking way. There ain't no. You got. Hold on a second. Look at this. Oh yeah, I'm back inside the wrong Discord here. Sorry, I'm not in the market chat right now, dude. Like, I gotta tell you guys something. Like, are you guys fucking looking at NVDA right now? There ain't no fucking way that this shit doesn't crank into the close. You telling me that shit ain't cranking into the close? I gotta be out of my fucking mind right now. I got, like, this is NVDA. You're telling me this ain't cranking? Forget the earnings, just the close. Like, I'm finding it super hard to believe this shit ain't gonna fucking rip faces off. Super hard to believe that. Like, just looking at that right there, this looks like this fucker wants to rip. I mean, like, I'm not saying it can't go down after the bell, like reject up here. But I'm just like, how in the fuck does that not squeeze? Like, how the fuck could you be shorting that close on this ticker? Like, fucking, they're gonna come out and like suck each other off. That's what they do in these fucking ERs. This shit could go straight vertical. I'm gonna tell you right now, if you're short here, right, better watch your ass coming up into this close. They will fucking super ramp this. I don't care what. I don't give a fuck what happens here. I'm gonna tell you right now. Come on the stream really quick. In one quick second here. Break time. Be right back. I'm gonna warn you guys of something here, okay? I gotta warn you guys of something. We've been holding this shit down all, like, they dumped this shit in pre-market. We knew, or in the at 9:30, right? They dumped this shit down. There were people buying calls all fucking day from 9:31. I went to the Discord this morning and I was like, do not buy calls. Right? The rest of the market, not you and I, we're small players. We're talking like major players with big millions of dollars got fucking annihilated today. And I mean, like, I'd probably say it had to be billions. Billions wiped out today. Not joking. I guarantee it comes back in the billions. Has to. There's no fucking way it didn't come out in the billions. And it is 2:40 in the afternoon. You're fucking, dude, like these fucking, like NVIDIA ramps into their fucking, forget the after effect. I'm talking about like into the close, 4:15. The report comes out. No fucking way this doesn't ramp. I'm finding it super hard to believe right now. Like I can understand tomorrow or after the report or something like that, but I'm looking at NVDA right now and I'm like, there just ain't no fucking way that thing ain't gonna fucking super ramp into the fucking close here. So if you are short, I would say get short maybe after the bell or puts at the bell or maybe Q SPY puts at the bell, 4:14 maybe, 4 o'clock puts on Qs. If you're that bearish, but I'm finding it hard to fucking believe that from this point right now, I'm scratching my head at this moment going, I ain't fucking buying it. I realize the mechanics of the trade with the options market, but I don't know, man. Like, there's a trap here for being short here. There's like a super fucking ramp hiding here. Guarantee it. Like, just looking at this shit, I'm like, so in the background, I was looking at NVDA so this is what I was looking at. I'll show you exactly. I don't know if I can show it to you. Because I got a bunch of shit on the market. I got like a multi-grid of all of my holdings in the market going on back here. But I'm looking particularly at like a Weeble chart on a 1 minute basis on a 1 day chart. It's only showing the 1 minute for a full day. And I'm just looking at it right now and it's got a higher low. It's trading 144.23. It got fucking dropped from 148. And I'm just like, there's no goddamn way that's real. I realize who's dumping the shares. I get it. It's too much call buying. But as those calls deteriorate, right? They remove the delta hedging against those calls, and they ramp at the end of the day. So NVIDIA theoretically should fucking moon right now into the close and the rest of the market as well. And all those call buyers, like all that delta hedging, that shit decays as we get into the end of the day. And that should allow price to fucking moon. Forget the report. Forget afterwards. Just all these call buying all day long. As those 0 dates and 1 dates and 2 dates get annihilated, I'm telling you, this should fucking moon here. Like, this should fucking, and especially NVDA, should just like crank right back close to the opening price. If not to at least 147, something like that. If you don't know what I'm talking about, oftentimes, I'm not going to explain it now, but those options are decaying right now. Just keep it simple. Options are decaying. They've lost all their value, and they don't need to be hedged any longer. So, this fucked up. We should fucking crank. I mean, like ultra crank. It'd be one thing if we had like bearish flows coming in the market and you were using 0 date calls to offset that kind of stuff. But like with no puts in the market, and then the puts coming in late, I'm like, I don't know. We should fucking like vertical into this close. Forget the just the mechanics of the options market right now. We should fucking moon. Like straight moon into this close, between now and close. Watch it happen. It's got to. It's what time? It's 2:45 right now. We're like coming into like 3 p.m. Like there ain't a lot of time left. like it's not quite last minute, but it's pretty fucking close to last minute. So if you start seeing super ramping here, if you're in puts or anything, if you're like bearish here, like get bearish at like, I don't know, 359, 414, maybe 359 on NVDA, 345 on NVDA, something like that. Or if you're going to get like synthetically trade it in Qs or something, wait until after. This shit's going to fucking moon. It really is. It's going to crank. It should. Theoretically, it should. Somebody's dumping into this or something. I don't know. That's not a dealer. If it's a dealer, they're going to fucking crank it. Talking about the whole market. They dumped the entire. I'm looking at the whole market in the background. I'm looking at. First, I'm looking at the charts, and then I'm looking at the. I'm inside the unusual whales, and I'm looking at all the call buying across the market today. There was just like massive call buying. Nobody gave a fuck. And I know it's Vixperation, so they're like got eaten alive, and they got dealers piling on top of them. So like there's decay as the day closes. This market is run by zero dates. As those zero dates decay, they become like they go the opposite direction. Forget the words for it right now, but I'm having a mind block right now because I've been working on a bunch of shit in the background for Joe Donut. So.
Brent crude futures settle at $72.81 a barrel. That's down 50
Trust me.
or 0.68%.
This shit should moon. Fucking moon. It's very similar to like when market goes up all day long and that last little leg comes back down. It's very similar to that.
Now,
So we should fucking moon here. Like rank. All right, fuck it. Buy puts. I'm wrong. Buy puts. Have fun. I'm telling you because I'm being mean to you or something. I don't fucking know. Buy a shit ton of puts right now. Yell at me tomorrow. Trump team mulls creating first ever White House crypto roll. Trump expected to name Russ Vought to lead budget office. Moody's reforms Apple's AAA rating. Outlook stable. That's good to see. I like the fact that the ratings agencies aren't doing shit until we get a first 100 days in office. What else? We see anything else here? I don't see anything else here in the background. Well, how about Gatling guns? We had Gatling guns back then. They were badass. They changed war. Serve cranking right now. Sound kicking some life into it. TSM dogging right now still. Avgo still not doing anything. NVDA coming back right now. TQQ is coming back right now. No, I'm not. It's just the mechanics of the options market. That's what it is. It's the mechanics of the options market. It's not like I'm bullish or I'm bearish. Yeah, that's all it is. Plain and fucking simple. Option decay is likely going to force the market to squeeze here. Into the bell. That's it. It's a mechanic of the market that, there's nothing else to say about it. Like there's no like thesis other than that. Option decay. Just like, I don't know, go to fucking Investopedia. I explained it too many times. I'm too tired to explain it again. Be honest. Mm-mm. Oh, sweet. What is this? What is this? Why do I gotta fuck with that? Damn fucking copyright. What's gold doing today? What are we seeing here? SPX is approaching must hold levels again. The lower PA of the trend channel comes in around 5,900 futures. 58 around 58.50. Despite the bullish feeling, SPX is at mid-October levels, not showing much of that year-end melt-up mojo so many are waiting for. That's odd. I disagree with that. 1,000%. I actually feel more bullish than I did. I feel more bullish. I feel more bullish right now than I felt more bearish for more major pullbacks into December than I do right now. Let me just check something here. I got to look at this and see if I'm right or wrong on this. there can be that argument can be made. Not necessarily, though. That's a tough fucking call right there. I don't know, man. I don't see that same narrative. I still see like this move here. I still see that move, and I see that move, and that doesn't make it fucking less bearish. I don't see that argument. I'm not seeing that argument at all. Or maybe, I guess maybe the argument is that there's an expectation of a melt up. I don't know anyone that's expecting a melt up. Maybe I'm just misreading it, what they're saying. I got to be misreading what they're saying. There's a post here that says SPX is approaching must-hold levels again. The lower PA of the trend channel comes in around 5,900 in futures and the 50-day around 5,850, despite the bullish feeling. Do you guys know anyone the bullish feeling for a melt-up? The SPX is at a mid-October levels, not showing much of that year-end melt-up mojo so many are waiting for. Is anyone out there looking for a melt-up into end of year? Anyone out there at all right now looking for that melt-up? We haven't been at all. So is there anyone here looking for melt-up? But I don't see... This also is implying that, like, we're going to crash into the end of the year. I don't see that either, so... No, like, so we put out all our outlooks have been spot on for like month. So none of our outlook is for a melt up into none of our. I don't think I'm going to assume you're not a member. I'm going to guarantee it. But I'll answer your question if you like. We're not into a melt up scenario into end of year. We're in like this 2016 trade, where 2012, 2016, that's where we think we are. And we've traded like that the entire time. Like 7% we just went up, just smashed your face in with that. Like that one too. We went long there. There's like I'm reading a post here, and it says SPX is approaching must-hold levels again. The lower PA of the trend channel comes in around 5,900 futures and the 50-day around 5,850. Despite the bullish feeling, the SPX is at mid-October levels, not showing much of that year-end melt-up mojo so many are waiting for. I didn't think anyone was expecting. None of our people are expecting a end-of-year melt-up. Nobody that I know is. We're expecting periods of bullishness with pullbacks. Like, as a matter of fact, we're expecting a drawdown into next week. You want to see it? Like, we expect a drawdown here. And we expect the drawdown into, this is on a 1 minute chart, but on like a 4 hour, 1 hour, 3 hour chart. Let me get rid of some of this stuff. Mute some of this stuff here. I don't know where that's coming from. So what we're expecting is a move lower right now. So we're expecting the move up. We were expecting the move up here on Friday for NVDA earnings. And then we're expecting a move lower to 564 at worst into the first week of December. But then we're expecting another crank up into the middle of December, 15th, 16th. and then we're expecting another downside move into the first week of January, and then one more upside move, something like that. But no one that I know is looking for that. The only thing that we're looking for into January, February is a trade to like farther out in time. We already hit our 6,000 tagged. So the next trade would be a trade in December that results to like 610, and then a trade in January, February that results at just under 620, 625, something like that. And then an actual roll down into the springtime. But I wouldn't call that a melt up. A melt up would be if we trade up here and we would hold the hourly trigger the whole way up. And our thesis is maybe the pullback's not down to 64, like kind of in the middle. So we're taking like the middle ground. It's like if the down move would be down to the weekly trigger. If this is the the doom and gloom trade down here to 64, see 64 right there. I'm like, yeah, maybe it's not even that low. It's like here. But we definitely don't. We're not picking that. We're not taking that trade. We have never called that trade into end of the year, like into January, February. It's more like you get three holiday rallies basically. You get this one right here. You're coming back for whatever is December 2nd in here. Come back in for another one. You can see it right there. It's clear as day. Then you come back down and you do one more in January. But this is not a melt up though. Melt up would be something like this. Wham, wham, no pullbacks down here. So I don't understand that narrative. I don't know why that narrative is being pushed. We would have to change our narrative to that only if we got the new high and then a successful backtest of the hourly. We would have to adjust our narrative. So our narrative's not that bullish narrative. So who are you? Yeah, that's not. We're not pushing any kind of melt up at end of year in any way, shape, or form. But I'm reading it right now from BBG, and I'm like, who's parroting a narrative? The only narratives that I see being parroted right now is this is the top. The only narrative that I've seen parroted is this was top of the market, and you'll never see that again. Not joking. Top of the market, never see it again. That's the narrative, the only narrative that I've seen come out. So I don't know. I'm just fascinated by the melt up end of year scenario being the narrative. I haven't seen that from anybody. The only narrative that I've seen is 600 was top of the market. That's it. You've seen your top. December 1st, we're going to crash. I've seen that. Recession starts on, I got 2 dates somewhere I was looking at earlier. I know you got blown out yesterday being short. Chase was in the stream yesterday. I know that everybody's short. I realize that too. I know what the narrative is. So I'm just wondering what the what you're talking about. And if I got bulled up on not having a major pullback, it happened yesterday. That we wouldn't even have a severe 64 trade. I'm getting more bullish towards not thinking we're going to hit the, like we might get lower like 70, 75, but I don't know that we actually get the 64. The downside move, the 64 might be thwarted. But we are trading that. So I don't know what to say to you. we're trying to be out of the market today, tomorrow, Friday, and then looking for a dip on the 2nd, 3rd, or 4th of December. I won't be long. I won't be long looking for. I'm not going to be trying to trade the market up into December 2nd. I'm going to leave that to day traders. Well, I'll day trade it with you, but it's likely going to be like zigzag all the way down. Blow off top for next year. There is a scenario for a blow off top. If you guys are able to read up all of the GS expectations for next year, their 2025 outlook, they kind of like veiled everything. They had like a lot of veiled stuff going on in their outlook. It was kind of hilarious to read. Like they opened up with like, we haven't seen valuations like this since 1928. And I'm like, not inflation adjusted. People will draw like lines on charts. And they're like, I don't know, they'll say shit like, SPY's been doing this since 1928. And now it's done this. What they don't account for is the devaluation of the dollar, basically. Anywhere you see devaluation of a monetary unit, this is what happens to their markets. You can't just go, oh, look, it's up there, it's going to come crashing back down. That's not how it works. You'll have a depression, of course, but we're not in a fucking depression today. So that whole like GS thing is like, do we get the blow off top like the 90s? Sure. You know what would cause a blow off top? Rampant inflation, rampant or could, not will, but can. You can get a blow off top with creating more debt. We'll do it. Out of control debt, out of control spending will do it. Like you can run the economy hot. You can do it. For a time, you can do it. There's like a window to do it. The GS paper was kind of funny because it was like, well, it's like 1928 valuations. I'm like, yeah. And so they're like stay hedged, which I am. I've got a partial ratio spread on till January 15th, but they're like stay hedged all through 2025 in case we crash. But there's this like other window where we like crash 20% and then go up 30%, or crash 30%, go up 40%. So you're not in a bear market, but you're in a hot market. And you have like these, you wake up one day and you're down a bunch. It's similar to 95, 96, 97, 98, 99. I don't know that that's our course. Right now I'm on this course, before we came into 24, I figured the market was dead in January of 25. Right now I'm on 2025 right now, being more like, I don't know, mini blow off for Trump's inauguration, to like 620, 622 maybe, something like that. And but with good pullbacks along the way, good volatility along the way. And I don't think we melt up to 622 or 625 or anything like that. I think we just like up down to get there. But I also think that whatever that fall correction is going to be deeper than you think. And I would limit my expectations on the recovery of it, which would be the summer trade, right? So you come into your summer trade, you're getting long, you get one more pullback in April or some shit. That's your bigger leg down. Then you trade up into like your summer trade, and we're in the summer doldrums, and everybody's like, fuck yeah, bull market's still on. And you should like pare back and not be looking for major new highs. And I think the summer doldrum trade is going to be like a crash. I shouldn't say that. But that's what I think it is. You're going to see like a 20, 30% drawdown, something like that. Now, I think we still recover at the end of the year, too. Maybe we get that melt up end of year next year. And we can trade that 650 of the year. And that's I'm closer in line with that, with GS, I guess. So I'm like closer in line with some of what they're saying. And they were positing that you could stay long just quality like we did in 21. Remember in 21 when in 2020 we dumped all of the shit stonks? And then in 21 it was like 3 or 4 drivers of the market. Yeah, like Apple just fucking mooning. Just grinding. They were proposing some of that too for so you'd like stay in indexes or collapse down into quality and indexes domestic market stuff. And some other shit. There's like M&A baskets, and there's some tariff baskets, and there's another basket of unloved stuff like Tesla. Underperformers that are still quality. I don't know if we have that like that depression style crash though. Trying to like look at all like that's what I was originally thinking, like top of the market was January and we're fucking done. Or we get a bear market for like a decade or some shit. Some of the policies though Trump has talked about, I don't know if they can get that shit to really pass or not. Like I don't have that fucking crystal ball. I really don't. It's like people talk so much fucking game. You know how disappointed I was in Obama? Like, he talked so much fucking game, didn't do shit. Not a goddamn thing. You know, it reminds me of Obama. Like, promise, and then none of that shit happens. And so, like, you're thinking these things, but it doesn't happen the way you thought it was going to happen. And we're drinking the Kool-Aid on Obama, and now we're drinking the Kool-Aid on Trump. And more times than not, that's what it is, Kool-Aid. That's right, baby. Capitalism and war, baby. Capitalism and war. Well, we have earnings growth, too. They talked about earnings growth being up in the first part of 2025. That's in that white paper, too. Earnings growth. Absolutely. Well, earnings growth, but there's different ways to get earnings growth, right? You can devalue a stock through the dollar dumping, too. And there's a window where like tariffs don't come through. Like if you don't have like full tariffs coming through, like if Trump's like negotiating, like he promised, I heard him say it right out of his own mouth. He goes, we're doing 80% tariffs on Mexico. If those don't come through and companies are pricing that in, they're going to make fuck tons of money, aren't they? Right? So you're going to get like 1-2 quarters of booming profits. If Trump sat there and just said China deal on, China deal off for 4 fucking straight years, and you got like inflation raging while that's going on, and yet there's no real fucking tariffs, those companies are going to be fucking filthy rich, aren't they? Filthy fucking rich. Their earnings are going to be stupid. You're like coming into these earnings, you're like, oh, these companies are fucked. Well, we priced in tariffs again. They never materialized. Oopsie. We made a shit ton of money. You know what I mean? It's like fucking just more fleecing. It really is. Like with my Wall Street hat on, if I like get the politics out of it, all that shit, it's like everything I'm reading in the background from Wall Street's like, fuck it, let's make some money. I'm just like, Jesus Christ. You bunch of fucking savages. Yeah, exactly. No, think about it. Like Tim Apple was like, I'm going to make a deal with Trump. You know, like think about that. If Tim Apple makes a deal with Trump, right, for no fucking, to not have to get a tariff, and another, in like an Android gets the tariff and has to raise their prices, fuck you think Tim Apple's going to do? Raise my fucking prices along with Android and fucking make bank. Like stupid bank. Stupid bank. Stupid. Like, do you guys understand that? If you're like, if Trump's making deals with specific companies, they're going to be fucking, their ERs are going to be fucking stupid. And if they're like 5 or 6 mega cap stocks doing that shit, we only need 5 or 6 stocks to run this fucking market up hot like a motherfucker. Like, seriously. We've already done it. You get deregulation for some of these companies like Microsoft, Google, deregulation. You get mergers and acquisitions of like real estate company, commercial real estate companies. Like there's definitely like a keyhole. There's like an eye in a needle where this market will move. There's some raping and pillaging that could happen here. I kid you not. Don't like for all like the doom scrolling and shit you guys do out there. Keep one eye cocked right on that fucking chart. And if you don't see that daily trigger run through that half-hour trigger, don't believe them. Do not believe them. Oh yeah, dude. The shitty says, like, if you like write it all, I've written it all down. I've written down like not written, but I like typed it all out, like every single fucking thing he's proposed, and I'm like, there's no goddamn way we're doing all that. No fucking way. The U.S. would implode. There's this fucking guy in Texas was like this guy in Texas was like, what did he say? He's like, I'll donate 1,200 acres for internment camps. I'm like, sweet, let's do it. Go fucking find a rancher down in Texas going to give you his illegals. That shit ain't happening. They're going to make deals. Like, literally. You're going to go to that camp and they're going to go to that ranch and say, we want all your illegals. And be like, I voted for Trump. I don't like illegals, but I want a deal. I want to keep my illegals. You know what I mean? I'll put them in man camps. Shit, you're not. That's how it's going to go. I think they'll round up like the like the Haitians and shit like that. But that's not out of the normal though. Rounding up those people is not like abnormal. So it all looks good, right? First, you're getting rid of the undesirables that have already been to court and were told they would be removed from the U.S. Everything looks honky-dory. In the background, you're making deals with people. Some people that have 1 or 2 illegals, they might get fucked over, but it's just like the stock market. Some companies will get fucked over, but a lot won't. The main drivers won't. It's like the same thing. It's like a mirror image of the stock market. It really is. Remember that time at Man Camp? SPY trading 588.01 right now. 3:20 in the afternoon. Coming back again to say hello to the hourly trigger. Market's going up because it's bullish right now. I love that was a good one, Hero Call. Remember that time at Man Camp? Can I post that today on BlueSky? Okay, you mind if I steal that? That's pretty good. That's why I'm always like, let Trump do that shit. I want to see it happen. I double dog dare you. Like I want to see it tomorrow. Round them all up like today. I want 80% tariffs on Mexico day 2. I want 100% tariffs on China day 3. It's because of it's the lunacy of it. You're not getting that. You got to read between the lines of what I'm saying. Got to read between the lines. You should encourage it. I encourage it. I'm like, do it. I want to do it all. Do it all like day 1. Round up every illegal in the U.S. I want more tax cuts immediately, and I want tariffs on every unfair nation maxed out day 3. I want products banned in the U.S. immediately. Faster the better. If you're a bear, you should agree with me, by the way. You should be in the chat right now going, that's right, Cap, do it. I don't think every you guys understand this stuff. Maybe like 30% of you do. Let's find out what Olaf thinks about this, or John L. John L., what would be the net outcome if we rounded up every illegal day 1? Like, call out the military and just start going from town to town immediately. And we actually got 95% of them within the first month. Built like expediency camps. And if we did 80 to 100% tariffs across the board to any country, Canada, we'll put Canada on there. I know Mexico and China's on the top of the list. We'll take those 2. John L. will tell you what'll happen. Fucking shit will implode. Fucking U.S. would like fucking go. Yeah, I think they get rid of the criminals first. Canada would invade us. Mexico would invade us. Oh, we know it's not ever happening. Of course it's not ever happening. That's why we're like egging them on. God, do it. Do it right now. Do it all. I'll help you. I'll show up and help. I'll start a concentration camp building company, and I'll start a PMC. Fucking insanity. No, we'll just put them in camps. Just put them all in camps. Exactly. Fucking, you like ban. They said RFK wants to ban mayonnaise. You'd have a civil war in the South over that. Take away my Hellman's mayonnaise. Ain't doing that. Talking about. All the Philly cheesesteak lovers would freak out. You'd have protests in the streets because you can't have mayo in your steak and cheese. Keep on going. 588, baby. 24. Crank them. Coming into the first resistance point right now. 588.60. 325 in the afternoon. Paying those fucking Robin Hooders. Next target, 589.60. Of like, what did RFK say he was going to ban? There's a whole list of shit he said he was going to ban, like the first day he was in office. Whole ton of it's like, we're going to ban all soda. I think like all there's like a whole list he had. It was like 75% of the United States of America lives off half the shit this guy listed. He would fucking implode. Hellman's mayonnaise goes bankrupt day 2. I know Diet Coke gets banned. Remove all of the Coca-Cola off all the shelves in the United States. It's been banned. You go to the movie theater to have popcorn and water. They're like, the only Coke we have left is Mexican Coke, but we've put tariffs on it. Oh, God, I'm going to fucking have a heart attack right now just imagining the Mexican Coke. Day 1, RFK, we've banned corn syrup. Day 2, 100% tariffs on Mexico. Day 3, $10 Mexican Cokes at the movie theater. Yeah, I think we're all in agreement with that, John. 100%, bro. Backbone of America. We must have immigration. It is something that we must have as a country. Must have in our country. We need a way for people to come here and work, even if it's shitty jobs, to go home to. None of you guys want to do those jobs. We do it right now. It's just like everybody in the U.S. can go to the emergency room. We got like buses that come and pick up illegals in ski resorts. I used to remember they'd pick them up and they'd like come into the U.S. and they'd pick them up in the springtime, take them back to Mexico. Trading 588.42. Miguel says that he's short. I don't know where he is right now, but he's bared up today. I don't know. I guess he must have top ticked it or something. Holden, Diamond Hand, been short since 1987, baby. Trading 588.41 on the high. If you are a Robin Hooder, get the fuck on out right now. It's 3:30. You are no longer allowed to trade today. Take your money and give him his winnings. I love you, Miguel. I love our fucking chat. We're like the most facetious bunch of shitheads in the world, aren't we? The one good part about our community is they're all like black humor and they can all read between the lines. Or they'll be forced into it. Oh God, look at that. Woo, baby. 588.73 to the tick on the hourly trigger. Returning to the scene of the crime. Can we get to 590? Trading 588.81 now. Someone just, Shindoki just said, LOL, I can't read. The fucking chats today are fucking hilarious. 588.92 right now. Told you earlier they'd squeeze us up into the close today. NVIDIA still dogging. Serve coming right back to its highs. TQQQ's coming back right now. Trading 589.07 right now on Spoos. 4-hour target for SPY right now coming into play. 589, 75, and 59. Just note here that earlier these dirty, stanky bulls are buying calls all morning. Not our crowd. So they're like, oh, my calls are going to be saved. No, they aren't. If you hadn't bought goddamn calls all morning, maybe. We're going to have the NVIDIA earnings on the show here at 4. If you know anything about us here, you can also trade synthetically earnings instead of trading via a stock that stops trading at 4. You can trade through Qs if you're bullish or bearish, get in and out. So let's say you're bullish on NVDA and Qs squeeze. Or you're bearish and get to 4 p.m. and Qs dumps. I would say to you, if you take that trade, that whatever direction you're looking to take it, that you put a sell stop in the direction that you want. So let's say you buy a call or a put for 10 cents. You predetermine the profit that you're looking for. You'll sometimes see, let's say, a call or a put. It's a put go 10 cents. Put turns into, I don't know, 40 cents. And then immediately reverts back down to below 10 cents. You don't want to get fucked. But then there's some buyer's remorse, too, setting those sell stops. Let's say you're like, oh, I'm going to buy a put for 10 cents. I'm going to set the sell at 20 cents. You see it go to 40, and you go, I shouldn't have set that sell stop. Hindsight trading, right? Don't do that shit. Just say, this is what I want to make out of this trade. Makes me feel good. So that you actually execute the trade, because these things can move really fast. SPY trading 589.64 right now. Upside targets. This morning, you got your brief. This is what your brief looked like this morning. Downside move, upside move. We are currently trading right about here right now. So we have followed the expectations for today. Trading 589.70 right now. $589.59. Take me up to 590, baby. We'll have should we do a split screen or something like that? We can do a split screen. We'll do, well, it's not quite split screen time. 3:35 this afternoon. I'll read you some stuff on NVDA. We'll get you guys going on like an update onto what to expect here. Waiting for NVIDIA. Single stock activity continues to normalize. Investors are waiting for NVIDIA and Trump's Treasury Secretary pick. U.S. yields are unchanged. U.S. bid. Single stock activity continues to normalize, but broader hedging activity is picking up. China decoupled from the rest of the world. Hedge funds are net to buy, while long onlys are much better for sale. UBS high touch flows are balanced as investors are waiting to hear from NVDA, similar to Tuesday. While overall flow in the high touch desk is balanced, the team is seeing decent dispersion, with the desk's long only flow again skewed to the sell side, while hedge funds remain better to buy. The desk is a net buyer of tech, financials, ex-banks, travel, and leisure, while selling energy, banks, and utilities. A pullback earlier on Wednesday appeared futures options driven, triggered by a combination of things, including ongoing geopolitical risks. What am I missing here? A December rate cut is not done deal. Investors have not given up on the Santa rally. I don't believe in that. But I think it will remain choppy for the time being. I agree with that, especially given liquidity will not get any better over the next few weeks. December is very soon, coming up very soon, right? December is not really melt up. It's usually very volatile. Excuse me here. NVDA's earnings report has been a key driver of volatility for the S&P 500 and the other major ETFs over the past 2 years. I'm going to read that, talk to you about that right now before we even go any further. Normally, NVDA squeezes up and into their earnings. They crank. Then they drift sideways and down. Thereafter, they also tend to drift sideways and down deeper than the greater market. The market will pull back, but not as deep as NVDA will. It still typically results to a major squeeze into mid-January, early January to February. Option pricing suggests that investors expect this NVDA earnings day to be very significant. NVDA 22 November straddle implies a plus minus 8.3% move over the next 3 days. 8.3% move over the next 3 days. Say it again. 8.3% move over the next 3 days. While NVIDIA has averaged a move of plus 9.3%, plus 9.3% on its past eight earnings days. SMH and SPY options are pricing modestly higher than normal straddle prices. NVDA positioning heading ahead of tonight's earnings event. NVDA options have been very active, accounting for 15% of all single stock options volumes over the past month. While this is below volumes ahead of the August quarter, it remains one of the top stocks by dollar options value. Both volumes and skews suggest investors are more bullishly positioned in NVDA than the S&P 500. But this bullish positioning is more modest than seen ahead of February or May of 2024. SPOOs squeezing into the end of the day. So SPY is undervalued for an NVDA move higher, whereas NVDA is priced a little bit in with their options. There are better vehicles to trade. Squeeze up, let's say, on NVDA. You could probably trade Qs or SPY to get the exposure. You could also trade TSM, which is way low right now. Avgo, even lower right now, versus versus NVDA into this close. Everyone focused on NVDA. Nobody focused on TSM nor AVGO as a counter or a benefit trade along with NVDA. TQQQ is coming back right now as well. You could also trade that rather than NVDA. What else do I got for you guys here? I think that's it for end of day. 340. Just cranking them out. Everybody's short, though, right? That's what I was told. Everybody's short. Market crash commencing. Trading 590.17. See if they park us here. Scoot us up after or near the bell above 590. They murdered all of those option buyers that open into 1030. All those fucking call buyers. They're all crushed right now looking at it. They're like, oh, man, I should have bought calls in today and not the open. Let me turn some of this stuff off in the background right now. Let me get some of this dog shit out of the way. You guys, should I take a trade with you guys here? Yeah, I got a bunch of I got serve on, sound. I've got TQQ call spreads on. I've got TSM call spreads on. I've got AVGO call spreads on. I took a bunch of call spreads on SPY off, but that's because they were in the money. I still have fuck ton more call spreads on SPOOs, but I got stuff that doesn't expire until the 25th. So like next week. I put a little bit of extra time on them for the Thanksgiving. I'm not trying to hold them into that time period. I'm trying to get rid of them today, tomorrow, or Friday. So I'm long here. And I do have a fucking crash spread on, but they're intentionally not printing that. Every time we get down to like 75, 65, they're like, fuck you, no, we're going back up. So I'm not getting any joy in that trade at all. Zero joy in that trade. But I've been doing great day trades, making good money on zero dates. Like all in all, my basket, I'm doing quite well on right now. I'm very happy right now. My account right now looks like straight down up, straight down up, straight down up. So I've been very productive lately and very, very happy. I'm making a lot of fucking money to day trade zero dates, so I'm happy. Very happy right now. Right now. Not if NVDA disappoints me crash for like the next 3 weeks. I'm fucked. My microphone. Is my microphone okay or no? It might be the connection. My mic is fine on my side. Yeah, it's on my side. I'm good. My mic is fine. I've got a monitor. It's not my mic. It's either going to be YouTube or your side of things. Is my mic okay? Because Twitch, are you okay with the mic or no? Can someone on Twitch tell me, is my mic okay or is it bad? Is it like sparking out or something? Yeah, so my mic is fine. My mic is not working on YouTube. So that's an issue with YouTube, not on my end. There's nothing I can do about that. Are you going to try to turn the stream off and start it back? Let me turn off some stuff in the background. Yeah, I hear you. I hear you guys. I gotcha. Yeah, it says my stream is healthy on this end. You going to unplug it just to appease you? I'll do that. Hold on. Is it any better now? Hold on. I'll plug it back. Hold on. Nope. Check 1, 2. Is that better? What I would say to you is turn off your stream. Turn off your window and restart it again. Because I got people on YouTube saying it's fine. Spyplex, turn your shit off, turn it back on. Like, or reset your connection to me. See if that works. If it doesn't, let me know. Right, oh, cool. Right on, Spyplex.
New Zealand Treasury says the economic downturn was deeper than expected.
Good job, Photron Trader. You guys all trying to exit now? Get me out of here. I'm still holding. I'm like, they did this yesterday. Like, so yesterday, a bunch of my spreads were in the money. Or not in the money. They were like making money, like 10, 20%. And I was like, should I close at the end of the day? And I'm like, nah, fuck these. I'm like, they don't want to pay them. They know exactly where I'm at. Like, the market dealers know where you're at. So I was like, no. So I left them on. And they're bringing us right back to where my spreads are coming back right now, where I'm like slightly in profit. And I'm like, no, I'll just keep them on a little bit longer. I'm like, I already know how this works. They like tease you like, look, you've lost all your money. I have to go on a ski vacation this winter.
Treasury says the economic recovery may
Close your spreads. Nah, I'm good. Okay, we'll offer you 5% on your spreads. Take the money. You just took a huge loss for a day. Nah, I'm okay. Nah, I'll just hold these spreads a little bit longer. How long are you going to hold them? I'll fucking hold them to fucking 359 on the date of expiry. How about them apples? How dare you, sir? We took you down 90% on these spreads.
The New Zealand Treasury says there are downside risks to tax revenue forecasts.
We do not want to pay you at the bell on the date of expiry, sir. Oh, you're gonna, though. You are going to. All right, trying to catch up on the chat here. Yeah, I had to close some spreads. I was getting really close. Like, I was getting pretty close to the money, some stuff. I've been, like, exiting wherever I can. Like, Sound and Serve, I don't own calls on. I own the underlying. I think I'm just going to hold them. I think I was, like, my DCA on Sound was, like, 850 and 830. And they, like, brought him, like, 860 or something. I was like, fuck you. Was it Sound? No, it was Serve. Serve, not Sound. So, like, Serve, right? Serve, like, I DCA'd, or I DCA'd at, like, $8.50, $8.30, buying a bunch of Serve. I had a standing order in Sound I didn't mean to buy, but I bought it any fucking ways for $6. They're at $6.40. So, like, take the money, just get out. And I'm like, nah, I'll stay in a little bit longer. I want more. Trading 590.32 right now. I'm going to switch over quickly to an earnings.
1 minute.
I think I can.
Those imbalance.
Earnings decision. What the fuck is that? That ain't going to work. All right, how about this? Hold on a second, guys. Boom. Okay. What do you guys want to see here? Let's see. Are we doing this right? Let's do, we got SPY here, right? SPY. You guys can see me cry my bull tears live if we get fucked. There's Spoozy Woozy. We got Spoozy Woozy.
Markets on close imbalance. The S&P 500 2.9 billion to the buy side. Nasdaq 100 1.7 billion.
We'll do
The Dow 30 870 to
QQQ.
the buy side, and the Mag 7 1.1 billion to the buy side.
Q's baby cranking. Trading 503. We'll do in the top right-hand side, we're going to do, wait. Fuck that. We're going to do NVDA. Top left-hand side, NVDA. NVDA. No, this one. NVDA. Come on now. There we go. This is NVDA right here. Boom. This is going to be QQQ because I know you guys like the Qs. You guys fucking love the Qs. That's cool. 1 minute. Qs. Come on, Spoos. SPY. And what do you guys want the fourth? What do you guys want this one to be? God, give me, what do you guys want? Somebody in the Discord, what do you guys want to be the last grid? Gambling season, baby. Ditch the chat. You don't like the chat box anymore. Okay, hold on. Is that better? Yeah, you guys like Mr., huh? Mr.'s a good one. We'll do Mr. You guys are all sucking Mr. off right now? Yeah, that's people are telling me they don't like the chat up. You guys want Mr. up? You guys want Mistress up? All right, we're rock and roll, ready to do this. One minute. Yeah, 1 minute, we're good. We're all 1 minute everywhere. 1 minute, 1 minute, 1 minute over there. I think we can see everything here. TQQs would be fun to have up. Qs look bullish as fuck. NVIDIA looks bullish as fuck. I don't know what the fuck is going on with SPY not showing, SPY's not showing any of its indicators. I have no idea why. I'm going to turn up the reports here for you in the volume. You guys want? I could have done snow too, right?
So keep in mind, in 5 minutes' time now, at the top of the hour, on the cash equity close, the Boston Fed President Collins delivers providing remarks and participating in a conversation about monetary policy, the breadth of the Federal Reserve's works, and her career path as well at the University of Michigan's Gerald Ford School of Public Policy. A text is expected as well as a Q&A from Fed's Collins at the top of the hour. Just an early heads up as well, around 20 minutes past the top. So again, 20 minutes past the top, expecting NVDA to print their Q3 2024 earnings. Estimated EPS in at 74 cents with an estimated of 33 spots.
All right, hold on. We'll put it back up here. Hold on. We'll just do it. We'll just make it sexy for the lulls. I put the chat box back up. Because we can see this. You guys can see this just fine. We can all scream together. Mr. Bleeding right now. $3.56. Die, Mr. Die, Mr. Die.
Chief Economic Advisor says latest evidence points to a likely further downgrade to the Treasury's economic and fiscal forecasts.
Protect your trades from macro headline risk with Financial Juice Pro.
Tell me in the chat so it shows up. Say,
Real-time service.
NVIDIA
making it harder for the government to bring the books
beat,
balance.
no beat, or good guidance, or good beat, bad guidance, beat, miss, bad guidance. Or how about, for you to do that, just say cells or moons. Sell moon, sell moon. Because they can have a good guidance. They can have a good report and good guidance and sell too. Kill every ticker like Jeffrey Dahmer. Good. If you're a bear, go in there and all right, give me your bear thesis. Now's your time to shine if you're a bear. Now's your time to shine. Where's Chase Winter? Say whatever you want to say right now. If you're a bear, lay it all out for me. Lay out your bear thesis. Give me all of your pain.
The New Zealand Treasury's Chief Economic Advisor says Treasury revising down its assessment of future economic activity.
Oh, I'm a gambling man, trying to make the best that I can.
One minute remaining to expect the text release from Fed's Collins.
Oh, fuck you, Collins. Collins can eat a bag of dicks. What's he doing out there fucking shitting on our parade today? Who the fuck cares what, like, Collins comes out and says, he says, we're entering a depression. NVDA just goes, we're banning all any new chip production. Oh, dude, somebody brought up Mungo. Right on. Somebody talked about Mungo in the chat.
So Fed's Collins says that Fed policy decisions are to be done meeting by meeting, monetary policy not on a preset course, and policy is well positioned for the economic outlook. The final destination of rate cuts is unclear. Overly slow rate cuts could hurt the labour markets, though, and we don't want to cut rates too quickly. Some additional rate cuts may be needed as policy is still restrictive. Progress to 2% could be uneven. The economy is in a good place. Strong productivity means wage gains are not inflationary, and labour market is healthy. Inflation moving back to 2%. Risks to the outlook are roughly in balance, and any further slowdown in the jobs market would be undesirable.
NVIDIA looks like a hot, throbbing something, doesn't it? It's like pulsing and beating. SPOO's trading 590.71 right now. So, and Mr. looks like shit. Should I just go to snow? SPX firmly in positive gamma right now. Also a note, SPX breaking above a 1, 2, 3, 4 trigger cluster. No back test of that cluster, but they are above it. Q's looking good. IWM looks like it wants to rip faces off. Yields look okay. DIA pumping up. VIX about to get annihilated right now. VIX 9-day looking like it wants to slam down to the $10. I think we fucking moon. They fucking, if you look at VIX 9-day right now, here, me show you guys something really quick. We have a minute or two to flip over to this bottom right-hand screen. Like, look at this VIX 9 days looking like it wants to just slam down there. SPX coming right back up. Qs. This is what you're expected today, and we're ramping right back up again. Your thing from this morning, there's your downside move, your upside move expected. I think you're going to get the ramp. Maybe not guaranteed, but DIA following trend exactly too. This would be a big, big, big miss. If NVIDIA misses or the market misses, we would be way out of expectations right now. And this is DIA right here. This is from your report from last night. I'll show you that one. Bottom right-hand side. Here's your report from last night. We should be following this up and then down. If we can't get up there today, two screens for NVDA, double screens, double fisting NVDA screens. All bulls' hopes ride on NVIDIA. Boy, when they miss, it's going to be a shit show. It's like you're going to find out that, like, you're like, so wait a minute, you told me that you're only going to put 5% of your money in NVIDIA. I put 95% in it. You lied to me? Yes. I'm going back to Wendy's to get a job. I'll be back next week. Yeah, I want to put snow up too. I'm with you on this with snow. We're doing snow. Sorry, misters. Snow's like an old school meme stonk from back in the day. Whoa! Snow trading 139.95 right now. 142.50 right now on Snow. Snow moving to the upside right now, trading 143.07. 144 right now on Snow. Cranking, baby. If you're a Snow holder, congratulations. 144.72 right now on Snow. How dare the S&P 500 and Qs not move on that news? What's the updated policy on Twitter? Twitter said they updated their policy. I don't know what Twitter just said. Snow product revs of $903 million in the third quarter, representing 29% year-over-year growth. Net revs retention rate 147%. 542 customers with trailing 12-month product greater than $1 million. $54 Forbes Global 2000 customers. Remaining performance obligations of $5.7 billion, representing 55% year-over-year growth. Snow moving right now, trading 146, just cranking right now. 147.82 right now. No big reaction out of SPY or Qs on that news. Snow up plus 30%, maybe even more, right? No, they're not up 30%. Get out of here. Get out of here with that craziness. 150. It is cranking right now. How much is it up on the day? 130% already? No. Let me take a look at that. TSM cranking up into the close right now.
Yes, we are seeing reports that Supermicro Computers gets a NASDAQ non-compliance notification. No immediate effect on its listings or trading, however. That's SMCI, Supermicro Computers, gets the NASDAQ non-compliance notification.
Ooh. Mr. Still weak.
Do you want to stay up to date with the latest and be on the bleeding edge of news for non-farm payrolls? Then sign up today and get our special offer of Financial Use Pro for a year's worth of our service for the price of 1 month and save 92%.
SMCI whipsawing. Notice came out just as it traded into its hourly trigger, too. So SMC, you ready for this? SMCI traded up into their hourly trigger, automatically rejected off of it at 26.41. NVDA, initial move to the downside right now. NVDA trading 145.02. SPOO's reacting negatively right now. And that negative reaction is on SMCI. SMCI is tied to NVDA right now. NVDA taking a gut punch to the chest. Non-compliance. SMCI gets NASDAQ non-compliance notification with no immediate effect on listing or trading. But they did gut punch NVDA over that. Woo! Down to 145.33 right now. Maybe Joe Donut could give us a how is SMCI tied to NVDA? See if Joey has time to answer us. He might not. Any of you guys trying to short SMCI right now? I love how the non-compliance notification has no immediate effect on the listing or the trading.
Twin
Sell it
now,
down.
20 past 4 p.m. Eastern Time. We expect NVIDIA's earnings report for Q3. Estimated EPS of 74 cents. Estimated revenue $33.25 billion.
Talk about a hit, right as we're going to get an NVDA report.
Their strategists believe that this report poses a greater danger to the benchmark US index than the next Federal Reserve meeting or inflation data as well. Data shows that the options implied move for NVIDIA shares the day after the earnings is around 8% in either direction. That would result in a market value swing of around $300 billion following this earnings report, more than all but 25 businesses in the S&P 500.
Thank you, Dr. CS, for that note. Appreciate it. Oh, hold on here. All right. SMCI, the company states, as previously announced, SMCI submitted a compliance plan to NASDAQ on November 18th with respect to supporting its request for an extension of time to regain compliance with the NASDAQ continued listing requirements. In the compliance plan, the company indicated that it believes it will be able to file both its annual report on Form 10-K for the fiscal year ended June 30th, 24, its quarterly report for the period ended September 30th, 2024, and became current with its periodic filings with a discretionary period available to the NASDAQ staff to grant, consistent with prior announcements. And in accordance with NASDAQ marketplace rules, the company announced today that the company received a notification letter from the NASDAQ stating the company is not in compliance with the NASDAQ listing rule 5250, subsection C, subsection 1, which requires timely filing of reports with the U.S. Securities and the SEC. The letter was sent as a result of the company's delay in filing its Q1 2025 Form 10Q and its continued delay in filing its 2024 10K, which is, that's kind of expected, right? That's bullshit. It's kind of expected. Yeah, they should recover. I just read the notes, the Bloomberg note. It's expected that they wouldn't comply because they can't submit, right? So this is just a legality. Man, I wonder if I should get out of my TQQs today. Snow trading 149.50. SMCI recovering, NVDA recovering. So just a knee-jerk reaction. Just a knee-jerk reaction in SMCI. Now trading us 26.35. They're retesting their hourly trigger right now. They could squeeze right here. There's probably a bunch of shorts on this ticker after that initial announcement. Just a heads up here, Joe Donut is laying out in the Discord right now the tie between SMCI
It's been 5 minutes time now at 4:20 p.m. Eastern Time. We expect NVIDIA's earning reports. Estimated EPS of 74 cents with a revenue estimate of $33.25 billion.
I've got their investor relations up here in the background. Says it's at 5 p.m. $4.17 right now. So I've got them. Yeah, I'm on. All right, so I'm in right now for the 5 p.m. thingamabobby. SSMCI still rejecting off its hourly trigger. Are you guys gonna take? You guys got to take the money and run in snow, right? Are you guys gonna sell your shares here or what? If you're long shares, you're gonna get rid of them. God damn, 146.40. Woof.
One minute remaining to expecting NVIDIA's earnings report.
You're saying hold snow for a while. You're saying that because you got calls. Yeah, Damien, we got Let me see if I can get this for you here, brother. Hold on, Damien. I got you, bro. This is the relationship between SMCI and NVDA. If you don't know that there's a relationship between both companies other than just chips, there's a link for you to follow. It's like fraudulent, like fraud and stuff like that. It's like completely tied together. If you guys want to read that in the background.
Still waiting. Seeing NVIDIA earnings coming through now. EPS a beat, 81 cents on estimates of 74 cents. Revenue a beat at 35.1 billion on estimates of 33.25 billion. Adjusted gross margin in line with expectations at 75%. Gaming revenue a beat at 3.3 billion on estimates of 3.06 billion. Data center revenue a beat at 30.8 billion on estimates of 29.14 billion. So we're seeing S&P 500 making a move to the downside here following these NVIDIA earnings reports. Looking to forward guidance, Q4 revenue at 37.5 plus or minus 2%. Prior estimate was for 37.1, so minus marginally higher. So again, data center revenue at 30.8 billion, beat estimates of $21.14 billion, only marginally though. Shares of NVIDIA down around 5%, despite hitting their estimates on most of those prints.
Revs 35.1 billion, estimate 33.25 billion. Adjusted EPS 81 cents, estimate 74 cents.
Q4 adjusted gross margin at 73 to 74%, in line with the prior estimate of 73.5%.
SMCI giving it up down to 25.32. They're just giving back their 4 p.m. price at the moment.
And NVIDIA shares down in post-market trade as well, despite marginal beats across the board in their earnings reports. So we're obviously seeing here investors expect a little more from NVIDIA here.
Q is giving back everything from 3 p.m. to 4 p.m. SPY giving back anything from 3:30 or 3:30 this afternoon to 4 p.m.
To begin in Q4 of the fiscal year 2025. And NVIDIA maintaining their quarterly dividend at 1 cent a share.
This looks worse than it is at the moment. NVIDIA looks pretty bad. Q's, this is right here is about 2 or 3:30 this afternoon. 3:15 for Q's. SPY giving back from the low. 3:23 this afternoon at the moment. NVDA recovering some of its losses. Q's recovering some of its losses. Snow rolling over slightly. SPY trading back to 589.70.
NVIDIA also comment that Hopper and Blackwell systems do have some supply constraints.
Oh, fuck. Didn't they pull this shit the last time? NVDA fighting back to 141, 144.27 for the high.
1.1% post market now. The S&P 500 pared back most of those losses as well.
Adjusted gross margin 75%, estimate 75%, in line. Data center revs 30.8 billion, estimate 29.14 billion. Gaming revs 3.3 billion, estimate 3.06 billion, beat. Sees fourth quarter revs 37.5 billion, plus or minus 2%. Sees fourth quarter adjusted gross margin 73 to 74%, beat on 73.5 estimate. Blackwell production shipments to begin in Q4 fourth quarter of fiscal year 2025 maintains quarterly dividend at 1 cent per share. Estimate 1 cent per share, mostly in line here. But that's not good enough, right? Like you'll have people trying to exit this either today, tomorrow, or Friday, I would expect. Take something. I want you to understand something here. If you're an NVDA bull, okay?
NVIDIA also comment that Blackwell demand is to exceed supply for several quarters.
Woo! That's excellent. That's not priced in. One important thing here is this. Regardless of outcome for NVIDIA today, tomorrow, and Friday, I want to warn you of something. Between today, tomorrow, and Friday, If you've ridden NVIDIA, you've ridden NVIDIA, and you've ridden NVIDIA, if there's a time of the year to take your winnings and look for a low to buy, you know, tis the season. Tis the season. So you're looking for like knock them out of the park report, which we got a slightly good report, not great, not bang them. Some of the expectation or the demand, the future demand is positive, but you definitely want to be listening into this guidance later on at 5 p.m. They like Lisa, they better come out and start sucking people off and saying AI. I don't know, general AI or something. Well, I mean, I wouldn't say this is the death of AI here, but I would say that it's just seasonally, when we come into the end of year for NVDA, people tend to wrap it up, right? It's not really negative. It's more just, you know, you had a kick-ass year, you take the money and you run. Reinvest somewhere else into the end of the year, or even wait until springtime. Not like us in the D-Gens. Someone earlier said, do not sell Snowflake. They're trading higher again to 148.79. Could be seeing some money floating out of NVIDIA into Snow right now. SPY limping, Q's limping at the moment. So they got people saying tremendous numbers from NVIDIA. What is fascinating here is that the last NVIDIA the last eight reports, they moved plus 9%. The implied move here is 8.4, I think. And, you know, we're not, how much are we down right now? $5.6%. Eight and a half would be 133.39. I'll take that for $1. So ask yourself that question. Would you buy NVDA at 133 at this point in the year? Yeah, somebody said tremendous beat. I'm like, what do you mean tremendous beat? I guess in whole, yes, a tremendous beat, but that's the expectation. Oh, God. Dude, lopsided calls, baby. The boat is full. The old NVDA boat. We were talking about the NVDA boat today. We were like, it's all calls. This is the boat. They better beat in a big-ass way. It's like put holder. A bunch of call holders. You're probably hearing a gentle scream out there right now for NVDA bulls. They better pull it out of their asses in this guidance. Tremendous demand. We won't fill demand for the next 30 years. There's no company like us. Gambling season, baby. Take all your money and run, and then ramp NVIDIA later. Snow is booming right now. Cranking, trading 150.50. All right. I'm going to let you guys go. I'll see you guys again tomorrow at 9:30 in the morning. You'll have expectations for Thursday and Friday. I will leave you with this as a preliminary expectation here. If NVDA cannot pull its fucking pants up by close I don't know if we can get to Friday without that roll down into December 2nd. I'm going to assume here at some point between today and Friday, if they can't get it, if they don't recover, you're going to see the market turn very sour into out of a target of December 2nd for 564. But this is preliminary. It's preliminary. We've got to see what happens here, and you'll get a market brief from me tonight after we find out what bullshit they talk about in their guidance, because their guidance can just send shit flying. So we got to wait and see. Yeah, like I would say, I don't know if it's right on the open tomorrow, but if there's any squeezing tomorrow, start getting ready to shift into that that bear doom part of the trade into maybe not full bear doom, but that, sideways and down, fade into past Thanksgiving, and then we'll come back for the first of the month, take the second trade. I mean, we might not do that, but this is looking kind of suspect to me right here. A little bit suspect right here. And one other note here, too, is if it fades Thursday, Friday, it'll typically squeeze once more on Monday before the real roll down. So don't feel like you're not going to be able to get out. Usually it's a death nail that takes some time. It's not like, boom, top of the market, you're fucked until December 2nd. Another note here in NVIDIA, too, is we'll leave you with one last thing. If you're an NVIDIA holder, like underlying, this is not the time to sell. You're likely going to come back in January, and you're going to be fucking Moon City again. So don't be that guy like, oh, God, I'm selling everything. Blew up my accounts. I only bought NVIDIA at $138 and that kind of shit. That's a long-term hold. You want to be holding that company for long, long time. All those people saying there's an AI bubble and it's done. Ask Joe Donut when they said that to me. And where we are today versus there. I've been saying that shit forever. So don't get paranoid if you're an NVDA bull. Remember stuff like Apple, like those companies, you buy those companies and they just like grow. And they grow, and they split, and they grow, and they grow, and they fucking grow. They go through bursts and bubbles and bursts and bubbles. NVDA recovering right now. Q's and SPY recovering. So we'll watch and see what happens tonight. We want to see where we wake up tomorrow morning. Maybe we're on a high. We can take our winnings and bounce, and then we'll start deleveraging into December 2nd. I'll talk to you guys soon. Have a wonderful